Hello, hello. How are you guys doing? It's good to see you again. It's good to be here. I see we've got about 800 people watching. Very, very good. Please make sure you've all hit the like button. I only see 400 likes, so that's about half the amount of people watching. So half of you have not done your part, which is, you know, very, very demanding. So please hit the like button. I really appreciate it. It helps the channel to grow. And more importantly, where are you guys watching from? Where are you tuning in from? Let it rip in the comments. And of course, I know I'll be overwhelmed with with the geographic locations, but hey, that's the beauty of it. That's why I ask. So, there we go. It only takes a second or two. See, Germany, New Jersey. I also saw New Zealand. I was trying to say both of them at the same time. Poland, Iran, Netherlands, New York City, Ohio, Netherlands, Strasbourg, Canada, Ethiopia, Russia, India, Brazil, Singapore, Montenegro, London, Scandinavia, California. Amazing. Somebody said the corrupt state of the UK. Ouch. Somebody said they're tuning in from Richard's bathroom. Ooh, okay, very spicy. Miami, Costa Rica, Australia, Louisiana. That is lovely. That is really, really great. That is great. And I just saw we went over the 1,000 viewer marker. So again, we have 1,000 people watching, 700 likes. So please make sure you've hit the like button and tell me where you're watching from. That's very important. What was the other thing I wanted to tell you guys about? Yes. Before I forget, there might be some of you who are either watching now or watching on replay who want to basically make chapters about the topics that I talk about in the live stream, okay? So you say, for example, at the 25-minute mark, he began talking about aliens. And then at the 1 hour and 10-minute mark, he began talking about ice cream, for example. So if one of you is down to do do this and wants to mark the chapters, please email them to me and I'll put them in the live stream. So we can always do it this way, right? Because a lot of you guys have been asking me to do these chapters, but again, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I just don't have the time. So if you email me at RichardMedhurst@gmail.com, I'll type it right now in the chat. I will gladly put it in the description, and then we can fix it that way, okay? Those of you who know what I'm talking about won't have a problem with it. So just email them to me, the timestamps with the names of the topics, and then I'll put them in the video so that other viewers can see where I talk about, Palestine, for example, and they can fast forward and watch that, or I talk about gas and so on. In any case, I really don't know what to begin with this. I always have this problem. Everything is equally interesting. Everything is really equally interesting. So I think we might start with something about, certainly about Ukraine. How about we go towards the energy. And by the way, just speaking of my email, there are so many of you who emailed me photos, videos of your supermarkets with the prices. This is very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. We'll go through that in a second, okay? Okay, let's take a look at this story. Which is quite interesting. Right. Okay. So there's this very, very controversial weapon that the Ukrainians have been asking the Americans to send them, right? And it's referred to as MLRS. It's basically multiple launch rocket system. What it is rockets that can be equipped of various ranges. Okay, now let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay. Because the Ukrainians have been asking for this weapon for quite a while, and it's very, very controversial. And the Americans have finally said, yes, we'll give it to you. Okay? So this is what I'm talking about. This is the M270, the Multiple Launch Rocket System. Okay? For short, people call it MLRS. Now, you can fire these rockets. You can see this one has 2 pods, but you can fire the same rockets from this one, from the M142. Okay, so basically these are 2 kinds of trucks that the U.S. military uses, and the Ukrainians really want them bad. Why are they controversial? Well, I'll tell you why. Because you can put a wide range, a wide array of rockets in these trucks, and some of them can reach so far they might enter Russia. Not might, they certainly can, right? So this is a little diagram of the various armaments and payloads that you can put inside these fire control systems. Okay, and the ones that can go around 300 kilometers, these ones up here, the CMS or M39s, right? So those could certainly reach Russian territory, and that's why the United States has they've basically said that they'll give these MLRS to the Ukrainians, but only with the short-range rockets like this one, like the GMLRS, okay? So down here on the left, like the M30. Now, originally, CNN is the one that broke this story, and you can see the headline was, the United States is preparing to approve advanced long-range rocket system for Ukraine as Russian TV host warns of crossing a red line. So this was a few days ago on May 27th, okay? And again, it was kind of weird because, as usual, Biden was saying one thing and then they'd have to backtrack it and then ask for clarification and so on. In any case, they are certainly sending them now, right? How do we know this? Well, we know this because in the New York Times, Joe Biden wrote this guest essay, right? And he titled it, "What America Will and Will Not Do in Ukraine." And of course, it has all the usual stuff about, democracy and freedom and blah, 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 right? And then down here he says, of course, that I've decided we will provide the Ukrainians with more advanced rocket systems and munitions that will enable them to more precisely strike key targets on the battlefield in Ukraine. So he's basically saying, yes, we're going to give them the MLRS. Okay? And down here, he says that, the sanctions will continue and will continue providing Ukraine with advanced weaponry, including Javelin anti-tank missiles, Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, powerful artillery and precision rocket systems, radars, unmanned aerial vehicles, helicopters, ammunition, and so on, right? And of course, what does that all mean? Money, baby. That's a lot of money. A lot of money for the military-industrial complex. The 40 billion package which they approved the other day, 20 billion of that, so half of it was guaranteed for the military-industrial complex. And again, this came after they had an 800 million in assistance, as they call it, over there, and then another 800 million over here, and another 800 million, and so on. Okay, and this adds up and adds up. And of course, we're talking obscene amounts, right? And this is very, very good for the CEO or the board members at Raytheon who can now build new swimming pools in their mansions, right? They don't tell you about those oligarchs. Not allowed to say that. So again, just going back quickly to the M270, obviously there's some key differences between the M270 and the M142. Notably, not just that this one has 2 pods, but if you look down here, this one, it has tracks, okay? Whereas the M142 operates on wheels. It's a truck. So those are already some key differences that are very, very important. And of course, the issue here isn't what kind of truck or shall we say, launch system they're providing the Ukrainians. The real issue is are the munitions, okay? Because when you give the Ukrainians something like this, like the ATACMS or the M39, which can reach 300 kilometers, I mean, how do you know that they're not going to use it against the Russians? And when I say against the Russians, I mean, how do you know they're not going to fire it into Russian territory, which is certainly a red line. Even the United States says that. When Joe Biden is asked about it, he says, we're not going to give them anything that will here, I'll read it to you. He says, so long as the United States or our allies are not attacked we will not be directly engaged in this conflict, either by sending American troops to fight in Ukraine or by attacking Russian forces. We are not encouraging or enabling Ukraine to strike beyond its borders. We do not want to prolong the war just to inflict pain on Russia. So take that with a very, very big pinch of salt. Again, this is Joe Biden, in the New York Times, writing for the New York Times. And, we cannot forget that just a few weeks ago, the Americans were bragging to the New York Times, to the same paper, how, they helped sink a key a Russian flagship in the Black Sea, the Moskva, or they helped to kill a bunch of Russian generals. I mean, this isn't a joke, right? And then the Biden White House had to go and walk that back. You know why they walked it back? Not because it's not true. It is true. But they don't want they don't want to risk a direct confrontation with Russia. Although at this point, I don't know if that's true either. It looks like they bloody are. It looks like they're bloody trying to risk a direct confrontation. Christ. Now, the United Kingdom, take a look at this from Politico. The United Kingdom are begging Uncle Sam to send their MLRS to the Ukrainians. Okay? So, again, that's an M270, as you can see. So the Politico says, again, this is today from June 1st, the United Kingdom is asking the US to sign off on a plan to send advanced medium-range rocket systems to Ukraine within a few weeks. Okay? So Prime Minister Boris Johnson spoke with Biden about the transfer of US-made M270 on Wednesday morning, and then they had all these talks. And why are they having these talks? Because usually when a country sells a weapon or a launch system or anything, that is used in war, when they sell them to other countries, in this case, the US selling an M270 to the UK, usually there are conditions, right? You cannot, if you sell it to the UK, that doesn't mean the UK can just go and give it to anyone they like. They have to get permission, and so on. And again, it's just the UK salivating, trying to be a good little poodle for the Americans. That's that's the sad state of affairs of where we are as a country. In any case, let me show you Ned Price from the State Department spokesperson. He was being hounded by, I say hounded, it's a bit of an exaggeration. He was being asked about these weapon systems and whether they'll actually be sent. And take a look at what he had to say.
In terms of providing what they need, they've been asking for long-range weapons. And the president over the weekend said Washington was not willing to send them systems that can hit inside Russia. But then they actually do have some systems that has the capability of hitting inside Russia. So could you clarify, what exactly the U.S. policy is there? Where do you guys draw the line?
Well, we continue to consider a range of systems that have the potential to be effective on the battlefield for our Ukrainian partners. But the point the president made is that we won't be sending long-range rockets for use beyond the battlefield in Ukraine. The core point is this. It is Russia that is and has attacked Ukraine. It is Russia that has started this war. It is Russian forces that are inside sovereign Ukrainian territory, and these are the forces that our Ukrainian partners are fighting back against. This is not a battle of aggression for our Ukrainian partners. This is about self-defense for them. This is about preserving their country, their freedom, their democracy, their prosperity and independence. And so every element of our security assistance has been geared towards that goal, and that is the goal of self-defense. It's the goal of, in many ways, self-preservation for our Ukrainian partners. So it is no secret, and I just made the case, that as the battle has shifted its dynamics, we have also shifted the type of assistance, the security assistance that our Ukrainian partners, that we are providing to them, in large part because they have asked us for the various systems that are going to be more effective in places like the Donbass, where the battle and the fight is quite different from what they encountered around the Battle of Kyiv.
But I mean,
So I'm not going to keep this going on for ages, but you get you get the idea, right? They're basically towing this line that, yes, we're going to send them the MLRS, meaning the M270 or M142, but the type of rockets we're going to send them are short range or medium range. They can only go, around 70 kilometers and not 300 kilometers into Russian territory. Again, whether they actually do that, we'll see. Because the way this has been playing out so far is for example, with the ship, the Ukrainians, I'm telling you the official story, right? The official US narrative. They say, well, look, the Ukrainians saw the ship and they asked us to verify that this was the ship. And, we just kindly provided them with intelligence. And they decided to sink that ship, right? And so basically the Americans, what they could say, and I'm purely speculating here, is they could say, well, look, man, we just gave them the M270s and some, short range to medium range rockets. And they just happened to find a shipment of long range rockets, which they use. We had nothing to do with that. You know how this goes. You get the picture. I'm purely speculating here. This could maybe never happen, but I wouldn't be surprised because that's kind of how it's been going now. Now, just very quickly regarding the Stingers, right, which are basically a surface to air missiles, SAMs. This is from Reuters. This is May 28th. It says the United States buys more Stingers after missile success in Ukraine. Oh man, this looks like a good old headline from the 1980s. Although I say headline reluctantly because at least back then, when the U.S. was arming the Mujahideen with Stingers to fight the Soviets, they were trying a little bit, at least, to be, secret about it, right? Secretive about it. So the U.S. Army said on Friday it has awarded a contract worth $625 million to Raytheon. That's sweet Raytheon money, baby. For anti-aircraft Stinger missiles in order to replenish stocks sent to Ukraine. Okay? So, again, these are shoulder-fired anti-aircraft Stinger missiles. Okay? And they were in hot demand in Ukraine, where they have successfully stopped Russian assaults from the air and in neighboring European countries, which fear they may also need to beat back Russian forces. I'm just laughing at how much money they're making. Seriously, it's obscene. So U.S. troops have limited use for the current supply of Stingers, a lightweight, self-contained weapon that can be deployed quickly to defend against helicopters, airplanes, drones, and even cruise missiles. But the U.S. needs to maintain its supply on hand while it develops the next generation of a man-portable air defense system. So since February, the U.S. has shipped about 1,400 Stingers to Ukraine. U.S. allies also want to restock the weapons they shipped to Ukraine in recent months. The contract for up to 1,468 Stingers, so it's basically the same amount, was worth up to $687 million with options added in. With the leather seats and everything, with the stereo. So there was no timeline for completion of the work, but it was estimated delivery could take up to 30 months. Okay? Now, this is interesting, right? Because the Stinger production line was closed in December 2020. And in July 2021, Raytheon won a contract to manufacture more Stingers, but mainly for international governments. Right? So, here, the CEO of Raytheon said that the U.S. Department of Defense has not purchased a Stinger in 18 years. That's a little interesting fun fact for you, right? Quote, some of the components are no longer commercially available, and so we're going to have to go out and redesign some of the electronics in the missile of the Seeker head. That's going to take us a little bit of time. The Seoul Stinger facility in Arizona only produces at a low rate. So that's the way it goes sometimes, right? People are under the impression that, all these weapons are high-tech, and I mean, they're certainly high-tech. My point is that they were, invented just yesterday. No. Again, as we were just saying a few moments ago, they were using this in the Cold War. A lot of the bombers were also designed decades ago, and they still renew the contracts. The B-52 is one of those, for example, that comes to mind. It's incredible. In any case, I just want to tell you a little bit about how the United States ended up designing this MLRS, the M270 that they're sending now to Ukraine. It's kind of funny because during the Cold War, the Americans were sort of jealous of what the Russians had or what the Soviets had. When it came to mobile rocket fire like this kind and these sort of launch systems, the Russians were just simply better. And, when you think back to World War II, this goes back to World War II, one of the best weapons that the Soviets had against the Nazis, against Nazi Germany, was the Katyusha, right? So again, it's a same kind of design. It's a truck that has a bunch of rockets on the back, and it can fire a lot of them very quickly. And it's not just about, hitting a large surface area and gaining more ground that way. It's also the psychological effect, because, man, let me play you a clip of what these things sound like, and imagine that you're on the receiving end of that. It's quite terrifying, honestly. So these are the Katyushas from World War II, right? Yeah, it's no joke. It's no joke. And I think they nicknamed them Stalin's organs, right? So, again, just to show you a picture of that thing, here you go. That's a Katyusha, right? An absolute beast, honestly. So, in any case, I'm doing a little bit of geek history here, but just very briefly wanted to tell you about where this idea comes from. In any case, you can see here when it comes to what the Americans are sending, again, two types to watch out for. This is the M142, which has wheels, one pod, and the M270, two pods and tracks. And it's not clear yet what the Americans are going to send exactly, whether they're going to send only the M270 or not. But I think when it comes to the rockets, in terms of which type, it's certainly going to be the GMLRS, right? And not this long one over here, the ATCMS, which can reach 300 kilometers. But again, that's just the official narrative. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ukrainians suddenly found a box of ATACMs lying around somewhere. But again, I'm letting my imagination and my speculation perhaps go a little bit further than they should. But again, I would just be a bit wary, because they've said a lot of things officially, right? We didn't kill those generals. We didn't sink that ship. We just happened to tell the Ukrainians how to do it, The Americans always play word games. This is the number one thing. They're the best at this. I'm not kidding, man. Whether it's military operations, or contracts or extraditions, they always play word games. So you should always pay attention to what they say. In any case, if you want, go and read Biden's op-ed in the in the New York Times. Although honestly, it's basically, I guess I kind of summed it up for you. That was really it. And the funny part here, he says about nuclear weapons. Look at this. He says, "I know many people around the world are concerned about the use of nuclear weapons." Yeah, it's putting it mildly, mate. "We currently see no indication that Russia has intent to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Though Russia's occasional rhetoric to rattle the nuclear saber is itself dangerous and extremely irresponsible. Let me be clear, any use of nuclear weapons in this conflict on any scale would be completely unacceptable to us, as well as the rest of the world, and would entail severe consequences." Yeah, again, I'm not even sure what to make of that. This is so childish. Would be unacceptable to us. What do you mean unacceptable? We'd all die. There'd be nothing left. And I don't think the Russians are saber rattling. You see, that's a problem here, where they're trying to say, like, oh yeah, it's just the Russians babbling. They don't actually mean it. No. Honestly, man, whatever you think of Putin, he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who would hesitate to push that button, right? I'm just saying, he doesn't strike me as the hesitant type. And if he's as evil as you make him out to be, I wouldn't push it. Does that make sense? And, he says extremely irresponsible. You want to talk about extremely irresponsible? Everything that's happening right now, this is extremely irresponsible. Playing with energy supplies in Europe and the rest of the world. Driving up prices, making people's lives harder, making medicine harder to find, food more expensive, gas more expensive, risking a nuclear war with Russia. That's irresponsible. There's a diplomatic a solution to this, and they're not taking it. They're simply not taking it, And the very interesting thing in this op-ed is that he says here, he's quoting Zelensky. Biden is quoting Zelensky, and he says, as Zelensky, president of Ukraine, said, ultimately this war will, quote, only definitively end through diplomacy. You're right there. You're absolutely right there. And the sad thing is that it could have been avoided completely through diplomacy. That's a very sad thing. But again, the Americans, they believe in something called a coercive diplomacy. And Biden alludes to that, right? It's this mindset like, with Linebacker, in Operation Linebacker 1 and 2 in Vietnam. It's like, we will bomb the Vietnamese to the negotiating table, right? Very great diplomacy. You bomb your adversary to the negotiating table. I mean, what a mindset, really. So this is their idea, if that's even their goal. I don't think their goal is to end the war. I think their goal is to prolong it. I showed you these little tiny sums. These are just crumbs of the overall picture. But you see how many hundreds of millions these weapons manufacturers are making. So I don't think they have any intention to end it. But if they did, this is certainly not the wisest way to go about it. In any case, the reason this story about the MLRS, the reason it's so notable is because it's once again testing the waters with the Russians, right? This is why we're talking about this. Why am I showing you these pictures of trucks? The whole point is that this is, again, testing the waters with the Russians, okay? It's like, how far do we want to go? At first, it was like, we are just sending them money and non-lethal aid. And then, we're going to send them, just javelins and stingers and, handheld things and some guns. And then, we'll send them some tanks, right? Even Germany had this whole thing about, are we going to send them anything besides small munitions and small arms? And then it became, we'll send them the tanks. So how far is this going to go? Are they going to send them helicopters and submarines next? No, I'm serious. Like, where does this end? Probably not submarines and helicopters, but who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if they started giving them some old Hueys or out of service things. I really wouldn't be surprised. You have a lot of countries right now that are basically giving the Ukrainians, their leftover trucks and tanks and so on from the Cold War. Right? I mean, it's kind of good in a way because the Ukrainians are trained on Soviet equipment, right? So when I say countries are giving their old tanks, obviously in the case of Germany, the tanks that they sent the Ukrainians, about 50 of them, they're not trained on those. But other countries, especially the old Soviet satellite states, they have Soviet equipment, right? So Ukrainians are familiar with that. But in any case, I really think this is important because, just hypothetically speaking, any rogue element, shall we put it that way, right? Any lunatic, any guy who really wants to see the whole world burn, he just gets a hold of the right sort of rockets and puts them in an M270 and strikes inside Russia. I mean, how much are the Russians going to tolerate? I don't know. I don't know how far this goes before they say, maybe it's time for a nuclear war. I obviously don't want to exaggerate, but I feel like the fact that they're talking about it, the Russians and the Americans, that this is coming up as a subject, I don't think it's a joke. That's the problem. That's the whole point. So once again, they're testing the waters. They're pushing the boundaries, seeing how far they can go before the Russians put their foot down. And we'll see. Let's hope it doesn't. This is already bad enough. What's happening in Ukraine now? Don't need worse. Thank you guys very much for your super chats. I see we've got 3,000 people watching. Hello and welcome to all of you. Please tell me in the comments, by the way, where are you tuning in from? Because a whole bunch of you just tuned in right now, and I didn't get to ask you where you're watching from. So please let me know right now in the comments, and please hit the like button because I see we've only got 1,400 likes, and of course this is we're doing politics here. YouTube doesn't like politics. We got to fight the algorithm and make sure that the video does get recommended. The video does show up in the search results, and so on, right? So there are many advantages to that. There we go. Look. Wow, the chat is blowing up. We got people tuning in from Serbia, Budapest, London, Sydney, Brazil, Jamaica, Siberia, Florida, Australia, Mexico, New York, Netherlands. Wow. Korea, it's too much, man. I can't read all of this. Oh, that's beautiful, really. France, Dubai, Singapore, Pakistan, Bulgaria, Tasmania. That's really great. So shout out to all of your cities, guys. Shout out to all of your towns, your states, and your countries. And I'm really happy to have you. If you're new here, please subscribe. You'll enjoy all of the content on international relations. Trust me. So let me move on to the next topic and try to break that down for you. All right, just a moment. I see we've got a bunch of super chats already. You guys sent me super chats before I even started, and I didn't get a chance to even read them. You guys are wild. I love you. Thank you very much. We have a message. We have a super chat from Justin. Justin says they are trying to create an EU army. Really? I mean, honestly, man, the EU cannot agree on anything. That's kind of the biggest. Well, I'm being very kind now, but you know, the conventional wisdom about the EU is that, oh look, they have a common currency, they have free trade, right, free movement of goods and people, and the only problem is that they couldn't agree on issues politically, right? So you have cohesion in all domains except politics, right? Obviously, there are much bigger critiques to make about the EU. I'm being very kind here. But my point is that, you know, if the EU can't agree on politics, how are they going to agree on an army? Who knows? There's lots of money involved, right? So there you go. Mr. Rice Baby, nice username, says, brother, please have Scott Ritter on again. I just asked. Yeah, I will. Don't worry. I will. I will have Scott on soon. Don't worry. Margot says, hold on, Maria. The Russians are coming. Maybe this is a quote that I didn't get, but all right. Whoever Maria... I appreciate the super chat. And Marvin says, please have the USS Liberty survivors on. That's a bloody good idea, actually. I've talked to you guys about the USS Liberty, right? It was a US ship. So whenever you hear USS, that means it's a US ship. And the Israelis, they attacked it and knowingly, right? So they knew it's a US ship and they attacked it. So, you know, this is one of those incidents where you're like, wow, look who's wearing the pants, I guess. I will go and see if I can find any. If you know any by name, please tell me, and I'll go and try and find their contacts. That's a very good idea. Thank you, Maria, for the super chat. Maria says, any ideas on what we as Americans can do to stop the American war machine? It is impossible to live with oneself while living here in the US, and we're creating hell everywhere else on Earth. And, well, I really don't know what to say, man. If I knew this answer, I mean, hopefully, we wouldn't have all these wars that you talked about going on. Obviously, the US is not the only source of war on the planet. That's ridiculous. But, right now in the period that we live in, it is the hegemon, it is the empire. And you ask a very good question. I wish I knew the answer. The best that I can do is bring awareness about this. I don't have the answers, but I have the information, and information is key, right? So right now the problem is, some people will say, well, you have to go protest, right? Man, I'm telling you something. Just look at the UK with this, police crime sentencing and courts bill. Like they're basically trying to make protesting illegal. And I when I say illegally, illegal, I'm not saying that like as hyperbole. Like seriously, they can just walk up to you and say you have to cut the protest short, even if you got permission for it before. Even if you're one person, sometimes you have one person like chaining themselves to a building or something, can be very effective, really. They can also shut you down like that. So, I don't know how it is in the US right now, but even these so-called, Western democratic rights that they give you to protest injustices, they're making sure that you don't have them. And a lot of people would say they weren't effective in the first place, because if you remember Iraq, there were 1 million people in London. So I remember those images from when I was a kid, right? Always stuck with me. I always remember that photograph that was taken from a helicopter. You see Big Ben and just seas of people, and it didn't stop the war. And that's kind of when I realized, like, man, you can't do anything. What do you do? You're so you're powerless. Maria says also, why are young Russians so against Putin? I was not familiar with him as a leader until this conflict, but he seems very competent and strong. I'd say it's mixed. I think Russia, is like every country. It's not an exception. You have people that are in support of the president and others that are against. Let me put it this way. Now, again, this is just my personal general impression, and it's anecdotal, right? My anecdotal, my opinion is that you do have a lot of people in Russia who support Putin, and when you find them, they really support their president. Like, you wouldn't see that in the UK, you wouldn't see that in the US. Do you understand what I mean? You wouldn't see that kind of support. So I have no idea what those figures are, or if you could even depend on them. I have no clue what percentage of young people support him. But I guarantee you it's a lot bigger than what you'd see in the UK or the US or, you know, in France. It's a lot bigger than the support of the youth for their leaders. Okay? So Norfolk says, have sympathy for us Welsh folk. We play Ukraine to qualify for the World Cup on Sunday, and the media are already talking about how we should just let them win. I thought politics and sport don't mix. That's really good. But yeah, politics and sports don't mix unless it's in favor of Ukraine. Can I show you guys a picture? Look at this photo. I mean, this to me is unreal. When I saw this, I thought this was fake. I was like, no way. But what they did is, for those of you who don't play or understand soccer, you know, football, on a football pitch, you have 4 corners, right? Because it's rectangular. And each corner has a flag. And this is what a corner flag usually looks like in football. It's just red or, you know, some kind of yellow. That's what they look like. You see that? Okay, so it's just a flag. That's it. So you can see it. And, you know, when people would come to football matches and they were carrying Palestinian flags, or, you know, Catalonian flags, like they would fine the football club. They would say, your fans came to the stadium and they violated the you know, the impartiality of sport, and they brought politics into football. So we're going to fine you. Okay. And when the war in Ukraine started, all of that changed. Right? Because now they not only allow politics in sport, they literally changed the corner flags to the Ukraine flag. I mean, I've never seen something like this in my whole life. It's incredible. The corner flags are now Ukraine flags. So, you know, before that, you couldn't even come in the stadium with a Palestinian flag, like up in the, you know, in the seats, in the rows. But now the stadium itself, the pitch, has Ukrainian flags. Wow. you gotta love that hypocrisy, man. This is again one of these like Twilight Zone episode things, although I'm not gonna exaggerate. This is not one of the worst of them, not one of the worst, but in any case, you know, so much for leaving politics out of sports. Anyway, guys, let's continue to the next
I'm very glad that the leaders.
Okay, you've got Ukraine.
Now to the war in Ukraine, where Russia is reported to be gaining.
Hold on. I'm the guy doing the news here. Okay. So let's deal with the next topic. This is about Russian oil. Okay. So I feel like I should give you guys sort of a breakdown on how this works, because, you know, we covered the gas payments in rubles and so on. This is again part of this whole dynamic. Like what do the Europeans do? The Europeans, they need Russia's gas, but they're also trying to fight Russia at the same time, and they need Russia's oil. Yet they're trying to fight Russia at the same time. So what do? Okay. Well, here's what the EU have done. So European Union leaders have agreed to ban 90% of Russian oil by the end of the year. Wow. So, you know, up until now, they were able to ban Russian coal. Weren't able to ban Russian gas. They need the Russian gas. Remember, 40% of European gas comes from Russia. So we'll get to gas in a second, but you know, they're trying to phase out all sorts of Russian energy imports bit by bit. And, you know, the country that was holding this up was Hungary, right? I say holding this up because, you know, they're basically telling Hungary, like, come on, you know, we have to get together and stick it to the Russians. Why are you holding us up? You know, basically, the logic was that, look, he's a Putin ally inside the EU, instead of, Hungary really depends on Russian energy imports. They just cannot, you know, phase them out as quickly as we want them to, because that's simply, it's not realistic. So in any case, let's take a look at what's going on here, because this is very big. Okay, so the irony here is that the embargo covers only Russian oil that's brought in by sea. Okay? So if it comes through a pipeline, that's fine. And I think this is one of those funny things again where they're trying to appear tough on the Russians with the headlines and with the PR. But, you know, when you read between the lines, this is what you find out. Okay? And so there's a temporary exemption for Russian imports delivered by pipeline. And EU Council President Charles Michel said the agreement covers more than 2/3 of oil imports from Russia. So he basically, you know, laid down this whole thread on Twitter. Okay. And he said, like, you know, EU has agreed to ban Russian oils of the EU. And there you go. It's cutting a huge source of financing for Russia's war machine. That's how they put it. And look at this phrase. He says maximum pressure on Russia to end the war. That's a very interesting choice of words, right? Maximum pressure. Where does this come from? Where does this come from? This comes from Donald Trump, from Mike Pompeo, right? Because when Trump was president, they started launching sanctions against all these countries, right? All the quote-unquote evil countries, so Syria, Iran, Cuba, Venezuela. And they called it the maximum pressure campaign. Interesting choice of word. This is not an accident, right? So in any case, the other measures that it includes, they're de-swifting the largest Russian bank, Sberbank, and banning 3 more Russian state-owned broadcasters and sanctioning individuals responsible for war crimes in Ukraine. So, of course, with the 3 Russian state-owned broadcasters, you know, this is the Russian propaganda. You know, there are no people in the EU are not considered adults. They must only consume, you know, pro-NATO media, and nothing from Russia is allowed because you're not allowed to hear both sides and then draw your own conclusions. And so when it comes to de-swifting Sberbank, SWIFT is again this financial, global financial messaging system, right? So you have about 200 banks, it's 11,000 banks in 200 countries. And, you know, it basically records transactions, okay? So everything is documented, everything's lightning fast, and it works globally. And so they're basically removing Russia's largest bank from it completely. And I'll tell you a bit more about Sberbank in a moment. But just going back to what the EU are saying, here's Ursula von der Leyen and what she has to say, right?
I'm very glad that the leaders were able to agree in principle on the 6 sanctions package. This is very important. Thanks to this, Council should now be able to finalize a ban on almost 90% of all Russian oil imports by the end of the year. Now, left over is the around about 10 or 11% that are covered by the southern Družba. And indeed, here we have agreed, this is for the moment being exempted. We have agreed to that the Council will revert to the topic as soon as possible in one way or the other. So this is good.
So she's talking about a pipeline. I'll get to that in a second, okay, just to familiarize you guys with it.
That we now de-swift the Sberbank. There's a ban on insurance and reinsurance of Russian ships by EU companies. A ban on providing Russian companies with a whole range of business services, and very important, the suspension of broadcasting in the European Union of 3 further Russian state outlets that were very typically spreading broadly the misinformation that we have witnessed over.
Yeah, okay. So just going back to this article, right? So they've also given Ukraine another 9 billion, you know, basically 9 billion euros, $9.7 billion. And as we said, they've removed Sberbank from SWIFT. Okay. Now, as it says here, these measures were endorsed by all 27 member countries, okay, of the EU, and that's why they needed Hungary's support. And, you know, they've been basically quarreling over this since May 4th. So they didn't just come up with this yesterday. They've been talking about this since May 4th, and they were finally able to, you know, agree on something with Hungary. Now, Hungary gets 60% of its oil from Russia, Okay, and it depends on crude that comes through the Soviet-era Druzhba pipeline. So this is the pipeline. There you go. All right, so comes from Russia, passes through Belarus, and then it splits. One segment going into Poland and Germany, then the other one branching off into Ukraine, Slovakia, Czech Republic, and then this one here to Hungary and Croatia. Okay, so this is the pipeline that we're talking about, and this is where Hungary gets its crude from. So Zelensky was basically addressing the EU about all of this and the need to sanction Russia and so on. Let me just play you a little bit of what he was saying, right? Just a little bit, because it's 50 minutes long, but we're not going to watch all of it.
Продовольчої безпеки неможливо без припинення війни Росії проти України на нашій землі. Бо не може бути спокійної торгівлі, впевненого агровиробництва, якщо Росія зберігатиме можливість перехоплювати судна з українською
Right, you get the idea. You get the idea. So, once again, a very important figure to retain. The EU gets about 40% of its natural gas. We'll get to gas in a moment. We're not talking about natural gas. We're talking about oil, right? And 25% of its oil from Russia. So about a quarter of its oil comes from Russia. Very, very significant. And what Zelensky was saying in the video, he's saying that Moscow must feel the price for what it's doing against Ukraine. And only then can Russia be forced to, quote unquote, start seeking peace. Okay? Now, Hungary, they talk about Hungary, but it's not only Hungary. Hungary led a group of EU countries that were worried over the impact of this oil ban on their economy. So that includes Slovakia, the Czech Republic, and Bulgaria. So Hungary relies heavily on Russia for energy and cannot afford to turn off the pumps. In addition to its need for Russian oil, Hungary gets 85% of its natural gas from Russia. I mean, that's huge. That's absolutely astronomical, right? It's like Austria. Austria gets also around 80% to 90% of its natural gas from Russia. So, they really don't have a choice. They really don't have a choice here. So, they're going to the EU is going to basically phase out Russian oil, and specifically Germany and Poland will phase out Russian oil by the end of the year and forego oil from the northern part of the Druzhba pipeline. That will help cut 90% of Russian oil imports. Remember, if you go back to the map, there's a whole stem that passes through just for them. So, another thing that I wanted to show you, which, again, what I just read to you was from CBS, okay? Now, the same day, there's another article that comes out from CBS, and, again, take a look at the headline. It says, for now, the Russian oil ban may hurt consumers more than Putin. Ah, well, thank you. You're finally starting to get the picture, aren't you? So again, this was published today, June 1st. And they say here that, the EU cutting off Russian oil in the short term is likely to hurt consumers in the West while filling Russia's coffers. So as evidence, they point to the effects of the US ban on Russian oil and gas in March. Although that policy was aimed at further isolating Russia economically and politically, it also immediately led to a jump in global oil prices. This is exactly what I have been telling you guys for, literally months now. We were live watching the gas prices go up, watching the oil prices go up, because the US had only thought of banning Russian oil imports. So they were, basically just contemplating it. They hadn't even gone ahead and done it yet. And that alone was enough to set the markets on fire. And then when they actually did it, the prices went up even more. Okay? And in the article here, they say that the EU's efforts to swear off Russian oil, which is expected to reduce imports by roughly 1.5 million barrels a day, has pushed the price of crude higher still. Okay? So that makes the intended sanctions counterproductive in the short term. So this analyst at the ISPI think tank in Milan says that the Russian oil embargo could eventually backfire, quote, the risk is that the price of oil in general goes up because of the European sanctions. And if the price goes up a lot, the risk is that Russia starts to earn more and Europe loses the bet. And I mean, this is not a hypothetical. This is what's been happening. So even though Russia's been selling and producing less oil during the last couple of months, generally speaking, its energy production and energy sales have not been as high, obviously because of the sanctions. They've made more money because the prices have gone up. Do you understand? So they basically handed the Russians a gift. And here in the next line, they say, and because the price of oil is determined by the global market for crude, higher prices in Europe will soon hit Americans as well. Anything that goes on anywhere in the world will ultimately come back to impact the US consumer. And here it is right in front of you. Right in front of you. You can see the situation was already quite bad, in the lead up to the war. But then look what happens here. February 24th, the war starts, right? So the price of Brent crude shoots up from $101 a barrel to 133 so about 2 weeks later, right? And I mean, even in the first week, just look at the first week how it goes up, about $20 to $30. You get the idea. And right now, this is May 31st, so from yesterday, right? It's at 122. So this is the highest it's been since what? Let's scale back a little bit here. I would say it's the highest it's been since, around here, end of March. Would you agree? Again, it's a bit difficult because I'm zoomed in and the mouse won't hold still. But right now, the price of Brent crude is the highest it's been since March, end of March. So you have here these analysts that are predicting the price of gasoline could easily rise by $1. So Gas Buddy analyst Patrick DeHaan predicted average gas prices would top $5 by mid-June, while JP Morgan said it could top $6 by late summer. Well, I want to show you something because they're talking about average prices, okay? Now, you remember I asked you guys to please send me pictures of, your supermarkets, your gas stations, no matter where you are, right? How much are you paying for gas? How much are you paying for bread and butter? One of you sent me this picture from California. Take a look at this. This is nuts. This is the price of gas. Look at that. We're talking, $6.50 to $7, depending on what you're picking. That is insane. You're almost paying as much as people in Yemen, right? Who are under siege. Wow. And then they make you cheer this on. You got people who are, I'm not kidding. You have people who are paying this and saying it's worth it because freedom is never free, as Joe Biden said in his New York Times op-ed. Yeah, because you're not the one paying it, are you? Oh man. They're saying here that over the long term, Russia stands to suffer the most. Well, really, I don't know if that's true because, they said from day one that Putin is going to hurt. And that, they're going to destroy Russia's economy. You had Biden bragging about this, right? Oh, we're going to cripple him. We're going to cripple his whole economy. Well, right now, I'm sorry, man, but for the last, 3 months, the price of oil and gas have all gone up. So Russia's making more money. From what I can tell, from all the pictures that you guys sent me, the videos that you sent me, the shelves in the supermarkets are still full of food, and the prices are ridiculously low. You won't even, dude. One of you sent me a video from a gas station in Russia showing me how much you were paying. Unbelievable. Seriously, we'll get to that in a moment, though. But my point is that I don't think this is true. I think this is, again, arrogance. This is a little bit of arrogance here, this Western arrogance that, we have the keys to the kingdom. We decide what happens. We call the shots. And if we say, 2 + 2 equals 5, that's the way it is. I don't know if that's true, man, because, we can't deny that in some ways, this war is not going the way that Russia planned it, to put it very, very mildly. Nevertheless, neither are there sanctions, right? And everything we've seen in the last weeks is Russia actually being driven closer, being pushed into the arms of China. Most of the world, I think people forget this. The vast majority of people on Earth are not in the West. The West is just a minority in the global community. And the global community, if you want to really talk about the international community, meaning most people, they have not rejected Russia or cut ties with Russia. So what are you banking on exactly here? Again, we can't predict the future. I can't say whether it's going to go one way or the other. But, if the current trend is any indicator, I don't think Russia is going to be left isolated and suffer the most. The Europeans, sure, they can wean themselves off of Russian energy and buy LNG from the United States and Qatar and build those terminals, which take 5 years to build. Good, but you're going to be paying more. We're going to be paying more, I should say. Okay? The Russians, meanwhile, they are making more money now. Guess what? Because we're paying more. And at the same time, they can turn towards China. They can turn towards India. They can forge new business relationships or expand current business relationships, with their neighboring countries. What's Europe going to do? I don't know. I think it's a little bit arrogant, especially when the article, is basically saying the quiet part out loud, that for now the Russian oil ban may hurt consumers more than Putin. Yep, that's what it's looking like. And I wouldn't bank on everything going the way they're saying in crippling the Russians. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll wait and see. So that concludes the updates in terms of Russian oil. Now we'll get to gas in a moment, so just give me a sec. In any case, you guys are very kind. Thank you for your super chats. We've got 4,000 people watching, which is brilliant. Please make sure that you've hit the like button, and more importantly, tell me where you're tuning in from. Because I asked this question multiple times, but then I realized, well, look, we got another 1,000 viewers that have just come in. So please tell me in the comments right now where you're watching from. And we have 2,300 likes. Come on, guys, that's not correct. I see it going up. 2,400 likes. Very good. Keep it coming. 2,500 likes. Very good, very good. So Beer and Flies, thank you very much for your generous super chat. We've got another super chat from Ash. It says, when did he start streaming? I just signed in. Oh, not too long ago. I'd say about 45 minutes ago. I haven't covered everything yet. Don't worry. But you're very kind. And just reading your comments, you guys are tuning in from Ottawa, from Nigeria, Malaysia, Ireland, Barbados, Sao Paulo, Russia, Canada, Florida, Norway, Scotland, Thailand. This is nuts. You guys have to tell me which countries have, we didn't say yet. This is incredible. Alberta, New Zealand, Spain, Norway, Morocco, Singapore, Honduras. Wow, that's brilliant. Thank you guys very much. Shout out to all your cities and your countries and your states and your towns and wherever you're tuning in from. I really appreciate that. That's beautiful. And let me just set the next segment up. Just one moment. God, I see that Ukrainian football flag again, on the corner. It's just, man, I've never seen anything like that in my life. Anyway, are you guys ready for some comedy? I think I'll do this one first before we get to the gas. Which one should we do? The gas? I'm not sure, man. All right, okay, let's do the gas. I don't know what to talk about first. They're equally exciting. Although the one about Azov is certainly comical, shall we say? Okay, let's start with the gas then, shall we? So Russia has cut gas to Germany partially, and cut gas to the Netherlands. Right now, let's take a look at how this works, because a lot of people think that Germany's economy is going to crumble all of a sudden because there's no more gas coming in. I mean, that would certainly be the case if Russia really turned off the valves, but that's not what happened. Here is the headline from Business Insider. It says Russia's Gazprom which is the state-owned gas company. Russia's Gazprom cuts off some natural gas to Germany after Shell refused to pay for it in rubles. So just for context, Shell is a British oil company, British energy company. But what's going on here is that, you know, I explained all of this to you. In the last week of March, the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, he basically said to all the quote-unquote unfriendly countries, which includes a lot of the EU, he told them, listen, if you want Russia to keep sending you gas, you better pay in rubles, in our currency, right? Why should we take your dollars and your euros, you know, which you can freeze at any moment? And on top of it, you know, we're basically shoring up your currency. We're adding value to your currency. No, this is going to change. And so what's happened now is that you've had some countries in the last month and a half that have looked at the situation and said, you know what, fine, we'll go and pay you in rubles, and others that have straight up said no, okay? And in this case, companies that have said no, which includes Shell. Now, I have a whole video explaining how this process works about paying in rubles, because it doesn't mean that, you know, Germany has to go buy rubles and send them. That's not how it works. They actually send euros, and then Gazprom Bank changes them into rubles. There's a whole video on that, which I really, really recommend you watch, because I lay it out very simply. In any case, going back to what's just happened, Russian energy giant Gazprom has completely halted natural gas supply to Shell, okay? And the move came after Shell refused to pay Gazprom in rubles. So they actually posted the announcement on Telegram when it comes to Shell, right? And on their Telegram channel. And again, basically in the article, they're explaining what I just told you about the payment system. And this is important. Gazprom supplies up to 1.2 billion cubic meters of natural gas a year to Shell. So that's only 1.3% of the 95 billion cubic meters of natural gas that Germany consumes each year. Okay, so just to be clear, they're only, quote unquote, only cutting off 1.3% of what Germany consumes in a year. So it's not that significant. But I want to be clear, when you're dealing with things like energy shortages, even if it's 1%, it's 2%, it has a ripple effect. It certainly has a ripple effect. So I wouldn't just shrug it off as oh, it doesn't mean anything. No, it's certainly important. But the two companies in Germany that are the huge importers, the main importers of Russian gas, it's these two, Uniper and DWE. Okay? So these are the major natural gas importers. And they have agreed to pay Russia under this new payment plan. Okay? So this is, again, according to Reuters from yesterday, May 31st. And they say that German companies Uniper and I don't want to say Rewe because that's a completely different German company, but RWE, they have paid for Russian gas under a new scheme proposed by Moscow. Okay? And they say Germany greatly depends on Russian gas, which accounted for more than half of all imports of the fuel last year. And Uniper and RWE, two major German importers of Russian gas, have said that they would establish accounts in Russia in line with current sanctions. Okay, so you see down here they say that Uniper pays in euros. Okay, and they're also the spokespersons for these energy companies are saying that they've paid in euros. Why are they saying this? I'll tell you why. Because first of all, this is PR. You know, they're going out and saying, yes, we paid the Russians in euros. So it doesn't look like, you know, they're being, you know, they're bending the knee to Putin, right? They don't want to look like they're doing Russia's bidding. Because you know how the press is right now. It's a bit wild. But again, the way this works, you continue sending euros, but you have to open an account in Gazprom Bank, and then they convert it to rubles. Now, at the same time, look at what happened. So Russia has cut off natural gas supply to the Netherlands, okay, because they refuse to pay in rubles. And this is from today, June 1st. So the company that imports natural gas from Russia in the Netherlands is called Gas Terra, okay? And they published this statement on their website over here. where they say that Gasterra will not go along with Gazprom's payment demands. Okay, they published that on 30th of May. And they say on their website that they have decided not to comply with Gazprom's one-sided payment requirements. Okay? Gazprom declared to discontinue supply with effect from 31st of May 2022. So now the question is, okay, well, if they're cutting off gas to the Netherlands, how does this affect the Netherlands? Like, how much Russian gas do they actually import? So down here, in the same press release, they say the cessation of supply by Gazprom means that between now and 1st of October 2022, the date on which the contract ends, approximately 2 billion cubic meters of contracted gas will not be delivered. Okay? And Gasterra has anticipated this by buying gas from other providers. So I went and I looked on... I looked up how much... how much natural gas the Netherlands consume in a year, and it's about 40 billion cubic meters. So if the Russians, through Gasterra, were going to give the Dutch 2 billion cubic meters, and the yearly consumption is 40 billion cubic meters, well, then that means it's about 5%. So basically, the Dutch have lost roughly 5% of their natural gas needs for this year. But again, they're saying that they've bought gas elsewhere. They've stocked up supplies elsewhere. Okay? So just a moment. You can see here. In general, okay, they say that, this is in Business Insider, that the Netherlands relies on Russia for about 15% of its gas supplies. That's according to Reuters. But what I'm talking about is specifically this contract, where they say it's 2 billion, okay? But generally speaking, the Dutch get 15% of their gas supplies from the Russians. And, the next question is, what about Denmark? Denmark, I'm pretty sure that tomorrow morning... if not now, the Russians will announce, Gazprom will say, we cut off gas to Denmark, because Denmark are doing the same thing. They're saying, we're not going to pay. We're not going to use your new payment system. Okay? I honestly think this is childish. I really think this is childish, and I'll tell you why. Because if you go watch the video where I explain how this ruble payment system works, no, the Russians are not telling the Dutch or the Germans to send rubles. They're telling them, keep sending us the exact same amount in euros or whatever we agreed upon, but you have to open a bank account in Gazprom Bank, one for euros and one for rubles. Okay, so keep sending the euros, and then Gazprom Bank will take your euros, sell them in exchange for rubles, and then make the payment. So I really. This is basically the best of both worlds. Everybody gets to save face. The unfriendly countries, as Russia's calling them, the Germans, the Dutch, and so on, they get to keep paying in euros or whatever they agreed in. And the Russians get to shore up the value of their currency, which took a hit as a result of the sanctions. And, everybody's happy. So I don't know. I don't know why they're doing this. And it's kind of silly because, the EU basically made contradictory statements. At first they said, well, no, this payment system, you cannot abide by it because it would violate the sanctions against Russia. That's not true. And it's not me saying that. The EU themselves, they came out and put out this paper saying that actually, after looking at it, no, it would not violate the EU sanctions on Russia. So we looked at that together, right, a few weeks ago. And you can see here, this is from the Washington Post, published on May 24th. The headline reads, Europe accepts Putin's demands on gas payments to avoid more shutoffs. Right? So, European energy companies appear to have bent to Russian President Vladimir Putin's demand that they purchase natural gas using an elaborate new payment system. A concession that avoids more gas shutoffs and also gives Putin a public relations victory while continuing to fund his war effort in Ukraine. Again, this is really childish. It's not about PR. It's about the ruble. But in any case, they tell you everything that I've already explained to you. And then down here, They say Russia had already used strict capital controls and a massive interest rate hike to stabilize the ruble. With Europe now signaling that it will use the payment system as bills come due this week, the currency is strengthening all the more. You guys remember we looked at the value of the ruble, I don't know, just last week. It was ridiculous. It was like 62 rubles to the dollar. And when I wasn't streaming, I was offline. I looked at it again. It was 57. 57 to the dollar. I wonder what it is today, honestly. Just let's take a look. 63. That's the current value that we have over here. So right now, as of June 1st, it's 63 rubles to the dollar. Okay? In any case, going back to the article, there you go. So this professor at Rome's Lewis University says that, quote, "This is a transaction where everybody saves face." Thank you. This is true. He is right when he says this. This is absolutely true. That's the whole point. There you go. So 2 European Union members, Poland and Bulgaria, had their supplies cut in late April by Gazprom after refusing to go along with the new system, right? And Finland this week was subject to a similar cutoff as retaliation for its NATO application. And I'm not sure that's 100% correct. Most European countries have appeared to go a different route, moving away from rhetoric about refusing to be blackmailed and making peace with an arrangement based on the technicalities. Okay, so Austria's oil and gas company, OMV, said that timely payment for the received gas deliveries from Russia is ensured. Remember, Austria gets 80%, roughly 80% of its gas from Russia. They really don't have a choice. You know, Russia's got them by the balls, so to speak. And here, this is important. This is what I told you a few minutes ago. Along the way, many European policymakers have been confused about the arrangement, both the fine points and whether Russia might stand to gain anything meaningful. As such, the EU's own guidance on how countries should proceed has been vague. Yeah, so as recently as last week, Eric Mamer, the European Commission's chief spokesman, said opening an account for rubles would constitute a breach of sanctions. And then a day later, Paolo Gentiloni, so Europe's economic minister, seemed to give the new payment scheme an all clear. He said paying in rubles would constitute a sanctions violation, but this is not what is happening. Okay, thanks for the clarity. In any case, so here, this is important because Eni, which is the Italian company, okay, they've also decided they'll open an account for the ruble conversion, right? And as we talked about, Uniper, they've also agreed to it, the German one. And here's a very important point. So Alexander Novak, Russia's deputy prime minister, said last week that about half of Gazprom's 54 foreign clients have opened ruble accounts. Wow. That's more than I thought. Although it makes sense, right? It makes sense. So, I mean, right now, if we do a quick count, I mean, we've got Italy, Germany, Austria, Slovakia, Hungary, and of course, within those countries, you have multiple clients. You have multiple gas companies. Austria only has OMV, I believe, which is trading with Gazprom. But then when it comes to Germany, we have RWE and Uniper, for example. Eni is the Italian one, and so on. Right, so gas is the biggest issue, okay? Just to recap, the EU have banned Russian coal. They're going to get rid of, 90% of their oil imports from Russia by the end of the year. That's the plan, at least. But with gas, it's a whole other issue, as you can see. Very, very big. Each country, and within each country, you have different decisions coming from gas companies. As we just saw, for example, Shell in Germany says, we don't want to open this ruble account. And Russia says, Gazprom says, well, okay, then we're not sending you any more gas. And so Germany loses 1.3% of its consumption, right? But at the same time, Uniper, for example, which is one of the larger natural gas importers, says, no, we will open the account. So I don't think that this is a breach of sanctions. I'll tell you why. Because, first of all, they're still paying in euros, right? They're not paying in rubles. and they're still paying in dollars. Most of the contracts are in euros, but there are some in dollars, if I'm not mistaken. And my point is that they literally don't have a choice, right? They just don't have a choice because European countries depend so much on Russian gas imports. They don't have a choice. They cannot just say, "Oh yeah, we're going to turn off, we're just going to stop paying you tomorrow, and you can turn off the valves." Do you know what would happen to the economy? I really think people don't fully, grasp how related the energy supplies are to the rest of the economy. I mean, it devastates everything if you have a seismic shift like that from one day to the next. Agriculture, industry, services, it all goes down the drain. So you cannot do that. It's as much as they would love to, right? As much as they would love to. And sometimes I really question what they're doing because I feel like they're ready to destroy everything. The European bureaucrats, just to kiss Uncle Sam's backside, to put it mildly, right? If things go sour, again, they're not the ones that pay for it. Literally. But that's very interesting. So the Russians are saying about half of their 54 clients, foreign clients, have agreed to open the account. There you go. And when it comes to Italy, I want to show you this. This is from Al Jazeera. So Italian energy giant Eni signs deal to boost Algerian gas supply. Okay? So this is from last week, from 26th of May. Italian energy giant Eni and Algeria's state-owned Sonatrach have reached agreement to boost both gas exploration and the development of green hydrogen in the North African nation, as Rome seeks new ways to reduce its reliance on Russian hydrocarbons. Okay? So, again, this is part of the whole mantra and mindset, like, yeah, we want to wean ourselves off of Russian energy. So, here they say Italy, which sourced around 40% of its gas imports from Russia last year, has been scrambling to diversify its energy supply mix as Russia's conflict in Ukraine escalates. Diversifying away from Russia is the main reason behind attempts to accelerate the development of gas fields in Algeria. Algeria, which is Italy's second biggest gas supplier last year after Russia, has been pumping Algerian gas to Italian shores since 1983 through the Trans-Mediterranean pipeline which runs to Sicily. So, again, these are the things we're seeing. And, again, when we look at the countries that have been cut off, let's count them. We have Bulgaria, we have Poland, Germany in part, the Netherlands, Finland, and probably Denmark by tomorrow. So, in the case of Poland, which got about 50% of its gas from Russia, that's a different story. And I did a whole video on that explaining to you all the different pipelines and how much, how many billions of cubic meters Poland is going to get from them. So definitely watch that if you want to get a good idea of what Poland is going to do next. But that was a different, I feel like Poland is kind of a special case because usually a country that cuts off 50% of its gas supply, that's trouble. But again, when you have enough reserves, you have alternatives, I suppose it can work. In any case, definitely go watch that video. We went into detail on that. But this is the situation right now. And I think I'll just finish by reading you this article from oilprice.com. This is published on May 25th. The headline says, how sanctions have increased Russia's oil and gas revenue. So the author says, as I warned in my February article, Russia could potentially benefit from the sanctions on its oil exports. Russian sanctions would be put in place, potentially reducing the available oil supply in a tight market. If Russia could still sell the oil it could produce to countries that refuse to abide by the sanctions, it might do well financially with an oil price spike. We now have data in hand to confirm that the subsequent sanctions on Russia's oil are in fact boosting Russia's oil revenues. So look at this. Pay attention to this. Russia's oil and gas revenues hit another record high in April. 1.8 trillion rubles in a single month after 1.2 trillion in March. So after only 4 months, Russia's federal budget has now already received 50% of the planned oil and gas revenue for 2022. This is according to Janis Kluge on on Twitter, right? Let me go to his post, actually. Maybe you can see it a bit better over here. Okay? So what is he sourcing? He's sourcing the figures from the Russian government. Okay? And I can immediately see the comment underneath this. They're asking him, can you rely on the Russian numbers? Right? Ist auf einer russischen Regierungsseite, so a regime website, derzeit mit Tatsachen zu rechnen. So yeah, they're basically questioning the figures, if those figures are real. Oh baby, I think they're real. I think they're real. Again, I just walked you through how much how dependent Europe is on Russian gas and oil, and on top of it, you can look up the prices. Anybody can just go on Google right now and look up the prices of Brent. And you know, we were live when they were going up by the minute. I mean, it was insane, right? So where are we again right now? I think it's $113 per barrel on Brent today, after the EU has said it's going to sanction 90% of Russian oil imports. So, I mean, I think the figures are accurate. It's not something far-fetched, and this is nuts. So just to put this into perspective again. Russia, you know, every country, they set out a budget and they have projections. They say that, okay, for 2022, our estimate is that we will make X amount of rubles from energy sales, okay? And Russia's already reached 50% of those expected sales in the first 4 months. I mean, by any metric, that's quite an achievement. And how is that done? It's because, again, despite Russia selling less, the prices have gone through the roof, so they've made more money. Again, just complete idiocy from these bureaucrats in Washington and the EU. They're just so dumb. You know, and when I want to be very clear, when Russia makes more money, you know, when the price of oil and gas is higher, who do you think is paying that? It's the consumer. Do you understand? It's the consumer, and that's why you see things like this, which one of you guys were kind enough to send in to me, and this was taken in Eureka, California. Again, just look at this. Look at these prices. I mean, this is just stunning, honestly. Look at that. $6-7 a gallon? Am I hallucinating? Did I read that correctly? I feel like I'm not reading that correctly. This is why. Okay, so again, it's not the only reason. We can't say that the war in Ukraine is the only reason that the prices are higher. But to say that it's, you know, not connected, this is a flat out lie. That's a flat out lie. And I love it when Biden, what does he call it? He calls it Putin's price hike. You know, as if Putin sat down and said, you know what? Let's charge $50 extra per barrel. No, dummy. It's your sanctions. It's your EU sanctions and US sanctions that caused the global oil prices to go up. Ironically, Russia has been selling oil to India at a discount. They've been buying it for like $60, $70 a barrel. I mean, that would be good with you know, in peacetime already, with no war. Oh man, they're really dirty. Putin's price hike. I mean, you don't have to like the guy, but that's just a flat out lie. That's a flat out lie. You did that. You did that. You threatened to ban Russian oil imports, and then you banned Russian oil imports, and both of those events caused the prices to go up. And now the EU has done the same thing today. They've done the same thing today, banning Russian oil imports, and the prices go up and up. And again, who pays for that? It's the consumer. It's right there. Who do you think is paying for it? The money, you know, Russia's getting paid by aliens? Obviously, someone is paying for it. It's coming out of somebody's pocket. The difference, though, is that when those, you know, politicians roll up to the gas station in their nice limousines, they're not the ones paying for it. As a matter of fact, they wouldn't even roll up to the gas station. Their chauffeur will go fill up the tank for them, right? In their Mercedes Benzes and their Lincolns. Oh man, they really got some dishonest tactics. In any case, as always, I'm bringing you the latest on everything to do with Ukraine and outside Ukraine. Look how much of a ripple effect this war is having on global energy prices. It's fascinating, very regrettable. You know, I think we all wish that this war would have never happened in the first place, except maybe the weapons manufacturers. But you know, again, just fascinating how much it's affecting the planet in every domain. So, of course, I'll keep you updated as more news comes in. But as of June 1st, this is where we are. Thank you guys very much for all of your kind words and for your super chats. We've got a super sticker from Ina. Thank you very much, Ina. And Ash says, Trenbolone sandwich. What is Trenbolone sandwich? Deli meat, Jazz. I'm not sure what that means, man. I'm really sorry, but I appreciate the super chat. And Jazz says, how can I send you a fake $100 for more clout on the internet? I want respect. Well, I don't know, but I appreciate the super chat again. I'm really confused by some of these things, man, that you guys say, but you're very kind. And Maria says, prior to this, NATO countries seem to have some independence, no? Maybe. I really don't know about that. I mean, what am I supposed to say? The same way that, the same way that people view the Soviet satellite states as, as the name implies, Soviet satellite states, I think it's really important to see the Western European countries that are in NATO as satellite states of Washington. It's not far-fetched. This is fucking politics, man. Like, let's not pretend that the Europeans are like, they're immune to influence. They're like these perfect beings who cannot be corrupted. And no, they don't. They do things because it's the right thing to do, not because Washington said so. Get out of here, man. What are you, 5 years old? Piss off. Anyway, let's get, Maria, just to be really clear, France, I would say the only one in NATO that is a bit independent compared to the other ones is France. But even then, it's still a NATO country. It's still a Western European country. And I'll tell you one thing, when the French were trying to be more diplomatic, that was one thing where, again, you could see that they're not on board with all of this. I suspect. Why do I say this? I say this because I had my whole secondary education in French, and and I learned French, and I was immersed in the French culture, and I know that they really hate the British and the Americans. So there you go, right? They hate the British and the Americans. So when possible, the French like to do their own thing. That doesn't mean it's a good thing, right? Like, again, France is still a colonial power, so we shouldn't forget that. But in any case, I appreciate your questions. They're very kind. And Maria sent a lot of super chats already. So everybody, show some love to Maria. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hobbit and Beer of Flies, for your super stickers. And we have a comment from Ivan. Ivan says, the USA is not in a proxy war. Their goal is to get rid of obsolete military stockpiles and to pump more dollars in their crumbling economy. A war is a good excuse to print money. They don't care about the UA or about you. I think you mean Ukraine or US, because they don't care about either. I agree with the first part in a sense, because what you're saying is that they want to get rid of their old military stockpile. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. The Europeans also, they want to get rid of their old crap and send it to the Ukrainians. And in some cases, in terms of European countries that used to be in the Soviet Union, that's good because the Ukrainians are trained on Soviet era gear, and so they can use it. You don't have to waste time training them before you can send them into battle, right? So I really think it's more about just putting money into the pockets of arms manufacturers, not infrastructure. So I don't know if I read that right, but they're certainly not putting it in infrastructure. Certainly not. No, definitely not. Okay, this next thing that I'm about to show you about Ukraine, like I cannot believe this because it's so ridiculous. But just first, before we continue, I want to say thank you because we got a couple of people who signed up on Patreon. So just give me one moment. Just one second. This is we also got some donations on PayPal. Okay, I'm getting overwhelmed by you guys. Give me a second. So first of all, this is a donation on PayPal from Olesia. Thank you very much, Olesia. I really appreciate that. And thank you to Steven for signing up on Patreon. I'm going to play a crab dance for you, and then we will continue. I have something so ridiculous to show you guys. Anyway, show some love to Steven. Thank you.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Don't worry, guys. I'm still here. It's just getting something to drink. Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you again for all your kind efforts, guys, and for all of you who are supporting the show on Patreon. We are almost at 1,000 people, 1,000 subscribers on Patreon, which is ridiculous. So again, thank you to everyone who's supporting the show on a monthly basis. For whether it's $2 or $1, it doesn't matter. I'm grateful to all of you, and I'm honestly, I'm floored by the level of support that you've showed my work, and I'm so appreciative. We have another donation here on PayPal from Prunama. There's no notes, but thank you regardless. And I think we also have some on YouTube from Vladimir. Thank you, Vladimir. All right, well, let me continue, guys. I want to show you something that is going to make your head explode. Because people have been making fun of this article from the Times, but I have even more things to show you, and I'm not sure if everybody picked up on these, which things that I just wow. Okay, how about we just dive into it? So I saw this absolutely ridiculous article from the Times, and the headline reads: Azov Battalion drops neo-Nazi symbol exploited by Russian propagandists. Whoa. Okay, hold up a second here. So, what do you mean exploited by Russian propagandists? I think the issue here is that they were wearing a Nazi or neo-Nazi symbol. Maybe that's the larger issue here. Like the problem is that it was exploited by Russian propagandists. Like, not that it's true. So anyway, let me break this down. For those of you who don't know, the Azov Battalion is a battalion in Ukraine that is incorporated into the Ukrainian National Guard, and it is a neo-Nazi battalion. There's just no getting around that. They are a group that believe in white supremacy, in Nazism, and when some people wouldn't even say neo-Nazi, they would simply say Nazi because they're sort of a continuation of Stepan Bandera, right? But who again participated, or I should say helped to lead the Holocaust in Ukraine, killing Jews, Poles, And so there's sort of a continuation of that, right, in many ways. And I want to show you how ridiculous they are, how the media in the West are trying so hard to whitewash these Nazis, literal Nazis, because this is the state of affairs, right? Like the West are arming white supremacist Nazis in Ukraine, and then trying to tell you that, oh, these are people that are, Russia is calling them Nazis. That's it's Russian propaganda, really. You know, I've seen this playbook before. You know, I'm Syrian, and I saw what they did in Syria, the Western media. They tried to claim that Al-Qaeda and people affiliated with Al-Qaeda were not Al-Qaeda, that they were moderate rebels, right? Like, they're not extremists, they're moderate rebels. And that was, of course, a complete lie. And so I'm just laughing so hard at what this article is doing here. You know why? Because here, just first for context, this is the Azov symbol, okay? So you see here on the left, this is the emblem of the Azov Battalion. And you actually have two Nazi symbols here. You have the sun wheel in the back, right? Also known as the black sun. In German, sun wheel is Sonnenrad and schwarze Sonne is black sun. And then on top of that, in the forefront, you have the wolf's hook, or in German, it's Wolfsangel, okay? And so, basically, what they're saying happened here is they removed this wolf's hook and replaced it with this. Okay, so they say the Azov Battalion has removed a neo-Nazi symbol from its insignia that has helped perpetuate Russian propaganda about Ukraine being in the grip of far-right nationalism. At the unveiling of a new Special Forces unit in Kharkiv, patches handed to soldiers did not feature the Wolfsangel, a medieval German symbol that was adopted by the Nazis and which has been used by the battalion since 2014. Instead, they featured a golden trident, the Ukrainian national symbol worn by other regiments. So this is the golden trident. So let me show you something, because they said that this was an unveiling of a new Special Forces unit, right? So there was a whole ceremony where they unveiled this new unit. I got the pictures from it because they posted them on Telegram. Okay? You are not going to believe this. You cannot make this up, man. So here's the ceremony, okay? Of this, where they're creating this new Special Forces unit. And hold on, let me see if I can zoom in there. Okay? You see there are multiple pictures there. Let's take a look at these pictures, because I saw some interesting symbols there, didn't I? Okay. What's that over there? Oh, look, it's the Nazi symbol that you said they just removed. Turns out one of the guys is still wearing it at the ceremony. Man, you can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up. And then look at this picture. What is that back there in the on his shoulder, on his arm? What is that? Oh, you got to be kidding me. Please don't tell me that's what I think it is. Please don't tell me that's what I think it is. That guy's not wearing a Totenkopf, is he? A death's head? Because that looks eerily similar. I'm sorry, that looks eerily similar. So, you know, they're basically saying like, oh, look, these Nazis have removed the Nazi symbol from their official insignia. And then at the unveiling of the ceremony, they're still wearing the same fucking symbol and other Nazi symbols. Wow. I mean, this is just amazing, right? This is amazing. This is like when they said Ukraine cannot have Nazis because the president is Jewish, right? Which makes total sense, right? If you have a Jewish president, that means there are no Nazis in the country. And then the day that everybody's celebrating the defeat of Nazism in Europe, so it's called Victory Europe Day, 8th of May. On VE Day, Zelensky, the Ukrainian president who's Jewish, his official Telegram and official Instagram post this. They post a collage of different people in the Ukrainian armed forces, and the main photograph is a guy wearing an SS death's head on his chest. Right there. Right there. You see that? In the middle? This is Zelensky's official Telegram, and the guy has an SS death's head right there on his chest, just like you see here. And they deleted it, right? So Zelensky's social media team, after about half an hour, they realized what they had done, and then they went in and edited out the photo from Telegram, but I have the official link that was forwarded, the official post, rather. So I know it's true. And his Instagram also. So do you see this is so ironic? Like every time they try to force you to believe that there are no Nazis in Ukraine, they just keep posting photos of Ukrainian armed forces wearing Nazi symbols. Wow. Well done. Just you're very, very smart. I feel like at this point, if you're trying so hard to show that there are no neo-Nazi insignia or there's no Nazi symbolism, and then images keep getting posted with Nazi insignia, you probably have a bunch of Nazis. You have a Nazi issue, right? You have a Nazi issue. And this guy over here, he's wearing the wolf's hook. So at the same ceremony, right? You see the picture that was used by the Times article? It's from the same ceremony. It's right there. There it is. This is the same picture that was used for the Times article. It's the exact same one. They took it from here, right? Very interesting. Very interesting that they didn't show you the guy wearing the wolf's hook right there. Huh? How convenient that they didn't show you that. Or this guy who looks like he has a SS death set on his arm. How convenient. Is that also Russian propaganda? Please, you guys tell me. I'm showing you photos from the ceremony. Is this Russian propaganda? They posted this themselves. I'm not an idiot. I know what those symbols mean. Look, man, when you think about the SS in World War II, the Nazi Schutzstaffel, the SS, after the lightning bolts that are in their logo, the first, or shall I say, the second SS symbol that comes to mind is the death's head. Okay, right here, the Totenkopf. That's probably the most prominent SS insignia after the lightning bolts. Okay, and again, who used this? This was used by the 3rd SS Panzer Division Totenkopf. Okay, and of course, they were guilty of not just war crimes, but crimes against humanity, the Holocaust. They even they committed massacres against British troops, right? So in Dunkirk, when the British were trying to flee from France, this is in the beginning of World War II, they lined up about 90 British troops and massacred them. So, they committed genocide, they've killed Jews, British troops, you name it, right? They're part of the SS. And then, of course, when we talk about the wolf's hook or Wolfsangel, that's also used by other Nazi battalions. And so I'm just struggling to understand what's going on here. I'm really struggling to understand. They're trying so hard to convince us that something is not happening, and we keep seeing images popping up. Here's the wolf's hook, right? So the Wolfsangel, which was used by the 2nd SS Panzer Division, das Reich. Okay, so what they did, the 2nd SS Panzer Division, who are wearing the same Nazi symbol that you see on this guy's chest over here. That's the exact same symbol. There's no question about it. So do you know what they did? They committed the massacre, for example, in France, Oradour. So this is very, very famous. When I grew up in school, we had to learn the poem about Oradour. Oradour n'a plus de femme, Oradour n'a plus un homme, and so on, right? There's a very famous massacre of civilians in a French town called Oradour, and it was perpetuated by that 2nd SS Panzer Division. So, they just casually put these fucking Nazi symbols on their arms and their chests, and they proudly wear them, and, they expect us to rally behind this. I'm sorry, I'm not supporting Nazis. No. This is not happening. I'm not going to let you bullshit me into Nazis or people who wear Nazi symbols. This is not happening, right? It's not happening. This is insulting. It's insulting. I don't care who they're fighting, right? I don't care if they're fighting the devil. I'm not supporting this, which, I mean, it's just a figure of speech, right? I don't care how much they want to vilify the Russians. I'm not supporting people who wear Nazi insignia or who have battalions that wear Nazi insignia. This is ridiculous. This is obscene. And I find it shocking that they've got British people, Americans, Canadians, people who have family whose grandparents fought in World War II, like mine, to support this, you know? And then they try to excuse it and play away. Like, remember, the Times is a British publication. This is a British paper writing this drivel over here. That, you know, the Azov Battalion, they're not actually Nazis. That's just Russian propaganda. There are no Nazis in Ukraine. This is the Times. I mean, they're shameless. They should be absolutely ashamed. Not just as a paper, but a British paper. Absolutely shameful, really. Absolutely shameful. They're trying to play tricks on me. Like, do you see the difference? I want to show you the difference. The Times showed you one picture from that ceremony where you don't see any Nazi imagery. The difference is that I actually showed you all the pictures, and I showed you that there is Nazi imagery right there. There's a wolf's hook there, a Wolf's angle in one photo, and what looks like a death's head on the other guy's arm. So, do you see why no one trusts the mainstream media? Because they do shit like this. So just imagine, this is something trivial, honestly. I didn't need one, you know, this is not one set of photographs off of which I'm basing that there are, Nazis in the Azov Battalion, or shall we say neo-Nazis in the Ukrainian armed forces. No, but my point is, if they're doing it with this, what else do you think they've lied to you about? What other things do you think they're lying to you about? Huh? And take a look at this. This is a letter that was written in 2019 by several people in Congress, and it was written to Mike Pompeo, who used to be Secretary of State under Trump. And they wrote this letter asking the State Department why they have not included the Azov Battalion. So these lovely guys that you're seeing right here, why they were not included in the the FTO list. So this is Foreign Terrorist Organization. Now, if you scroll down here, you can even see that, the Christchurch, New Zealand massacre was a turning point for counterterrorism efforts, they say. In his manifesto, the shooter claimed he had trained with the Azov Battalion in Ukraine, and he routinely wore a neo-Nazi symbol associated with them. So, look, I'm going to be very clear with you. I often criticize the FTO list because the Americans use it as a political tool, right? And as a tool to crush, anti-imperialist countries. So, for example, right now they put the guards, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in Iran, the IRGC, which is a part of the Iranian armed forces, on the FTO, right? So Trump did that, and Biden's kept it, and they abuse this list, right? They abuse the terrorism list, use it against Syria, against Yemen, Iran, so on. So I'm the first one to criticize it, right? And this letter on its own does not mean everything, but I think it is significant that the United States government, people in Congress, know who the Azov Battalion are, which is just one piece of the puzzle, right? And still they fund these people and continue to celebrate them. Now, on the aspect of funding, I will admit that this went through several stages. At one point, they had a ban on funding them, and then it was lifted or something, and then it came back. So here from 2018, for example, this is from The Hill. It says Congress bans arms to Ukraine militia linked to neo-Nazis. Again, from March 2018. So well before, this current conflict. Although, again, that's kind of, a lot of people would tend to disagree because this has been going on since 2014. So, they said here that the spending bill that was passed in March of 2018 cut funding to neo-Nazi groups and militias in Ukraine, and among them, of course, the Azov Battalion. So, I think it's very important to put this into context, because right now we're living in a world where the media and the governments in the West, they've kind of turned back on their old positions, where up until January of 2022 it was fine to say, look, you have Nazis in Ukraine, this is a big problem. And NBC and the BBC and all these papers and outlets and stations went there and even did documentaries. We even looked at one together, right? There was one about NBC that NBC News did about these training camps that they had, these weird Nazi summer camps. And now you can't say that. That's Russian propaganda. Oh my God. Come on, man. Get it together. Seriously. But just remember these symbols that you see, like the Death's Head, which is from the 3rd SS Panzer Division, and then of course you have the Wolfsangel, the Wolf's Hook, which is this one from the 2nd SS Panzer Division, Das Reich. You're seeing these a lot, and the Black Sun, and they're popping up all over the place. And it's like, not even Russian propaganda could do this, honestly. When I saw this post from Zelensky, this one over here that he had tweeted, or not tweeted rather, but just posted on Telegram, a picture of a soldier with an SS Death's Head on VE Day. I couldn't believe it. I swear to God, I couldn't believe it for like a day and a half. I was like, no, this just can't be real. This, it just can't be real. This has to be a Photoshop or something. And then I found the post, the original post, and I was like, oh my God, it's real. Not even the Russians could come up with this. Seriously. Really. Can you imagine, like, in the propaganda room in Moscow, wherever that is, but I'm sure they have one, or many of them, they're probably, like, yelling out ideas to each other of what to do. I mean, if somebody said this, they would just say, shut the hell up, man. Come on. Like Zelensky posting a picture of a guy with a Nazi symbol. No, everybody would know that's fake. So, like, even the Russians wouldn't try and pull such propaganda because of how ridiculous it is. And it's not propaganda, it's real. It's actually real. Like, just to give you an idea of how, the levels of absurdity that we've climaxed to. It's just, I mean, my goodness. My goodness, really. And the dishonesty of the times. I mean, really, just come on. They can't do a little tiny bit of digging to see this post on Telegram where they're flaunting the other symbols. I wonder what other symbols the guys are wearing, huh? These are just a few pictures. I bet you a lot more of them are draped in things like this and that. They're quite shameless about it, in many ways. In any case, just wanted to, give you a little bit of a laugh, I suppose, at how, no matter how hard they try, these photographs of people in Ukraine and the armed forces wearing Nazi insignia just keep on slipping through for some reason. It's almost as if it's an actual problem. And remember, the next time they tell you that, yeah, but these guys are just a minority, right? They probably are. I'm not saying that everybody in the Ukrainian armed forces is a Nazi. No. They are a minority, these guys here with the Nazi beliefs and tattoos and insignia. But that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't negate it. Like, even if it's one Nazi too much. And I would also add to you that, in Syria, people also said, well, ISIS is just a minority, right? Like, if you take all of the rebels that are trying to overthrow the Syrian government, only a tiny fraction of them are extremists, right? Or only a tiny fraction of them are actually support Al-Qaeda, are fighting with Al-Qaeda and ISIS and so on. And yeah, that's probably true, like, numerically. But it doesn't matter. You know why? Because on the battlefield and in how the war and the politics continue and advance, the ones that are succeeding and the most powerful and that are calling the shots are people like this. Are people like Al-Qaeda, are people like ISIS, are people like the Azov Battalion, because they usually have the most battle-hardened fighters. And look, man, you just threw billions of dollars of equipment at them. You've been training them for NATO interoperability for the last couple of years. Of course, these guys are feeling emboldened right now. They're feeling emboldened. But don't just dismiss it because, it's a few of them. It's one too many. It's one too many. It's kind of amusing that they're trying to do their PR. This obviously means, like, this headline and the fact that they changed the logo slightly, this shows you that they are feeling the pressure, and that they know that they are doing Nazi crap. They are wearing Nazi insignia, and people are finding out and starting to realize. And that's why they're trying to cover it up. And you see how the Western press is carrying water for them while leaving out the other photos, right? Leaving out the other symbols. How convenient. How convenient. They're literally arming Nazis and doing PR for Nazis. Like, what? I don't even know what to say. Words fail me. Thank you, Vladimir, for the kind donations. And I see we've got a couple more super chats. Hashir saying, Richard, your mic is cutting off. Is it still cutting off? Is everything okay? I appreciate the warning, though, the advertisement. So thank you for that. And we've got some more. This is from Sir Burst. Thank you for the super sticker. And No Mayor 1 says, quote, there has been no biggest betrayal to global peace other than the refusal of the US in 2010 to Putin's request for Russia to join NATO. Well, I think that's kind of funny, right? Because if you tell most people that Russia tried to join NATO, they might be confused. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, it says a lot that they said no, because the whole point, it tells you that, like, it's not a defensive alliance, it's about antagonizing Russia, right? It's kind of stupid because, honestly, if you think about that phrase, you know, keep your... Christ, I don't want to do a George Bush right now. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. That would apply in this sense, right, for the Americans. But they, I guess they you know, there's no money in that, huh? There's no money in that. So they don't make decisions based off of logic. It's based off of profit incentive. Ali says, please let us know what is the best position that can be for Iran in this situation to stay against Western countries. Well, I'll get to Iran in a second, actually. I'm going to do a segment on Iran, but I think the best position, honestly, look, man, I am, you know, I am just looking at at the trend, at the world that we're in right now. I think the safest thing for Iran to do is to try and get back in the nuclear deal, right? And again, this doesn't only depend on Iran. There are negotiations going on, okay? And the biggest problem right now, the media are telling you it's the FTO designation. It's not. I'll tell you about that in a moment. But I think for Iran is doing the right thing by, you know, not depending on the West. Like, the sanctions are tough and they hurt and they kill. At the same time, they also, you know, teach countries that are under sanctions to kind of remold and adapt. And I think Iran has done one of the best at that. You know, Iran is almost like Cuba in how it's been able to adapt and overcome sanctions in some ways, you know, in terms of, you know, nanotechnology, medicine, defense. It's very impressive. I don't know any country that's been able to develop such a capable defense, and truly defense. Like, when we say the word defense, it's a real defense. Look at the ballistic missile program, the cruise missiles that have they've been able to develop, the drone technology, and this is under sanctions, right? And the nuclear program, the nuclear program that has everybody so worried. I mean, Iran is not pursuing a bomb, even though the media wants you to believe that. But you know, some people would argue that right now the best thing for Iran to do is to weaponize, is to take the nuclear program that it has and to weaponize it, so that it doesn't, you know, it can guarantee its safety the way that North Korea has done. I don't know, man. I really don't know what to tell you, because on the one hand, I understand the sentiment, but at the same time, it means more nuclear weapons. And again, you might be thinking, yeah, but why do Israel get to have those nuclear weapons? And that's a good fucking question. Like, why should they be the ones with nuclear weapons, or the United States? If anything, the nuclear weapons that exist today are in the wrong hands. They're in the hands of countries that, you know, make more to make money. So, you know, it's and what some people argue is that these countries only understand the language of force. And so you have to weaponize the nuclear program so that they can never invade you again or attack you again. And you know, North Korea, for example, man, that's a deterrent. It's a strong deterrent that they have. And Korea's, I mean, man, the situation is horrible. You know, like, the Americans bombed them so much in, like, the span of 2 years. They killed, like, 20% of the population. Can you imagine? 20% wiped out. But they ran out of targets. You had American pilots saying, we ran out of targets. We just bombed anything. That's sick. That is so sick. You know? It makes you wonder, you know, what they can do with conventional armaments. They don't even need the bomb at that point, do they? Keeper of Trackens says, enjoy your show. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much. Will do. And Hoodwinked says, did Russia turn off the pipeline? I would have done that a month ago. Yeah, some people would agree with you, but no, they did not turn off the pipeline. They're refusing to pay, which is kind of the stupidest thing. But I don't know if Russia should have turned off the pipeline. I understand some people's sentiment where they say, well, Russia should stick it to them. Yeah, fine, but actually, if you think of it long term, Russia benefited a lot because, like we were talking just earlier, they've already met their goal, 50% of their goal, of how much revenue they expect from energy sales, and the price of oil has gone up, the price of gas has gone up. Who's benefiting from that? It's Russia. So they made a lot of money, actually. I don't know. Russia could do that, but then Russia would be lowering its I think people in the West would hate it even more. And then it would, and regardless of that, Russia, from what I can gather, right, from a moral point of position, does not want to weaponize the gas. And I think this is very important because if you start doing that, then you've become the stuff that you claim to be against, and that's not good from a moral point of view. Shouldn't do that. Shouldn't weaponize the gas, I think. But yeah, again, this is a big debate. It's a hot debate, right? It's a hot debate. Harry says the EU's approach to Russia is equivalent to setting fire to your own home without buying a new one first, just to try and piss off your neighbor. Bingo, you got it. That's it. There's a phrase. It's called cutting off your nose to spite your face, right? That's exactly what it is. In any case, guys, let's continue. I have more things to talk about. And more things to address. So, oh man, this is kind of crazy right here. What happened today? Very, very heartbreaking. Give me a second. Just hello. Okay, we should be back now. I just need to charge my mouse, which is you guys said I was muted for a second. I think it's fine now, so don't worry. I'm just gonna plug in a cable so I can charge the mouse, and then we should be fine, and then we can move on to the next segment. We're back in business. We're back in business. Very good. All right. Okay, so let's take a look at the next story. This is crazy. I mean, this is a heartbreaking story that happened a few hours ago, and I cannot believe it myself. I'm honestly I'm honestly stunned by this one, really. Did you guys hear about this? All right, hold on. I'm also plugging in my mouse charger. We can continue normally, like, you know, well-behaved streamers, okay? There we go. All is well, and the mouse is charging. And I will explain to you what happened this morning. I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, it's barely been a few weeks since the Israelis killed very, very famous American Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. She used to work for Al Jazeera, and she's basically a household name. And then this morning, the Israelis go and kill another Palestinian journalist. You know, I just cannot believe this. Ghufran Warasne is her name. That's her right there. And I cannot show you pictures of the of what they did to her, because I saw them and they're very gruesome, and YouTube will probably flag it. So I just can't show you the pictures. But, you know, they basically shot her in the chest and killed her. And she's just on the floor, and you can see in the soil how she's bled out, like, you know, 2-3 meters of blood. Horrific, really horrific. And this is what they do, right? They shoot someone dead and then just leave them there, and they block the ambulance and the emergency workers from getting to them. It's not just happened once, not just twice, dozens and dozens and dozens of times. And they attacked her funeral too. You remember how they attacked Shireen's funeral? They attacked her funeral too. I'm going to show you in a second. It's just unbelievable. They never stop, right? They never stop. And I just want to give you an idea of how vile this is. I posted on Twitter. Again, I'm not going to show you the picture because it's gruesome, but I only posted Ghufran Warasne, Palestinian journalist, shot dead today by the Israelis. That's it. That's the sentence. And you got people screaming, anti-Semitic! What's anti-Semitic? I said she was shot dead today by the Israelis. Is that a fact or it's not a fact? What's anti-Semitic by that? You killed her, didn't you? Man, some people, they really, you know, they don't want the truth to come out. They don't want you to say anything to even highlight their crimes. So this is what happened. Here's the headline from El Mayadeen. They say Palestinian woman killed by Israeli occupation forces. And this happened. This is Ghufran Warasne, 31 years old, at the entrance of Al Arub refugee camp. This is in the occupied West Bank. So shortly after the shooting, the Palestinian Red Crescent, which is like the Red Cross, reported that the Israeli occupation forces obstructed ambulance crews from reaching the journalist, the journalism and mass communication graduate and ex-prisoner. I want to tell you something crazy, because, you know, I started this news outlet, this social media company called In Context, right? And one of the people I'm working with there went to university with her, because we were talking about this today in the group chat. We posted the article, and she was like, "Oh my God, I went to university with her. She was one of my trainers." Can you believe that? And I seen vicious comments online like, "Oh, she's not a real journalist. This is a fake story." Blah blah. Like, what is wrong with you people? They you know, you got trolls just writing the most bizarre nonsense imaginable. And so you notice here they say how she's an ex-prisoner. So she was I think imprisoned this year from January until April 1st, if I'm not mistaken, right? So the article says the Israeli occupation forces left Ghufran bleeding for more than 20 minutes before handing her over to ambulance crews. And, you know, I remember a few weeks ago, there was a Palestinian mother of 6 who had a visual impairment. She couldn't see well. And she was a widow as well. And she was crossing the street. And because there's some Israeli occupation soldier like yelling something at her, and she didn't stop. He shot her in the leg and left her to bleed out on the street, and she just died. What was her name again? Ghada Subaltin, I think, something like that. I remember her first name was Ghada, and I covered it here, but like just to tell you that this is not, it's not something new. They do this all the time, and they don't care because what's going to happen to them? You think anyone's going to sanction them or punish them? No, they can get away with it, whatever they want, right? So Ghufran, the journalist that was killed today, she had applied for a job as a news presenter at Our Radio 2 weeks ago. The director and program producer at Dream Radio in Hebron told the New Arab. He said she went through some qualification tests and was hired, and today was her first day of work. It was her first day of work, and they shot her dead. This is Ghufran, doing an old report. You can take a look.
فرحة غمرت قلوب الكثيرين من الأسرى وذويهم واستنشاق عبق الحرية هي نعمة لا يدركها سوى من زج خلف قضبان صنعها.
So that's her, and again, this is from the Cradle. They say the Palestinian Foreign Ministry released a statement condemning the murder as a field execution. Right, and of course, like I was just saying, this is just a few weeks. May 11th, they killed Shireen. Today's June 1st. It's not even a month. It literally has not even been a month. Okay, and you look at what the news agency in Palestine, Wafa, says. Over 50 Palestinian journalists have been killed since 2000, and of course, no one is ever held accountable. Right, like this is normal. Right. You can see here. Again, I'm going to try and cover up some of the parts. This is... I can hear him screaming, Ahmalu. It means hold, right? So they're trying to pick her up to take her. And look what the Israelis do. They literally start firing bullets in the air to stop them from taking her to get medical care after she's shot. I don't even know what to say. I guess, we shouldn't expect anything less from someone who just, shot a journalist in the chest. And I want to show you this video that somebody filmed of the soldiers that killed her. And look at the guilt on their faces. Honestly, look at the guilt. He's asking, you killed her? You shot her? Are you proud of yourself? God damn you. God damn you. He's saying, where are you from? You from Ethiopia? Because you notice the guy's black, right? And that's the thing in Israel, in occupied Palestine, the Israelis, some of them are Ethiopian Jews, right? Israel, basically, to legitimize itself, to legitimize the occupation, they try and, bring as many Jews as possible from all over the world, right? And, one of the ways they do that is they incentivize people with citizenship. So if you're a Jew from New York, from Brooklyn, you got nothing, literally nothing to do with the Middle East. You can just show up and get citizenship, and you can take someone's house, so on a piece of land that used to belong to a Palestinian. And if Ethiopian Jews as well. And the irony is that, the Israelis say, oh, we're a democracy. Actually, they say we're the only democracy in the Middle East, right? That's their slogan. Go ask some Ethiopian Jews how they're treated in Israel, right? They literally have like an hierarchy in Israel. Like the white Jews from Europe are the quote unquote the best. They get the best treatment. And then they treat the local Jews, like from, Iraq or Syria or Egypt, shittier. and then the black Jews get treated, the shittiest. I've heard that from an Israeli, right? And I think you will have many accounts corroborating that. That's how it is. They also have their racism among Jews, right? They don't treat each other equal like they claim. And here, you know what they're saying? Look at the headline from the Times of Israel. So they don't say that a journalist was killed. They say the IDF soldiers killed a Palestinian woman who approached them with a knife. So now they're saying that she was trying to attack them with a knife. Wow. So the Israeli occupation said in a statement that the woman was holding the knife in her hand as she neared a soldier close to the Al-Arub refugee camp. So that's where what we're talking about, the area. And there, Ghufran is her name. So a Channel 12 report said that the woman had attempted a stabbing attack in the past. So they're saying that the reason she was in jail before, a few months ago, right? I think it was in January until April 1st, is because of a stabbing attack. And they're saying that today she tried stabbing someone again, these soldiers, and that's why they shot her dead. Now look, man, not even 3 weeks ago when they killed Shireen, do you remember what the Israelis said? They said that, the Palestinians killed her. Like, no, Israel did nothing. The Palestinians shot her. Look, here's a video. You had Naftali Bennett and the Israeli Foreign Ministry. They posted this video with this claim. They said, look, the Palestinian gunmen here were firing, and, they claimed they hit someone. It was them. And then they walked it back and they said, actually, we don't know who hit her. And then they said, you know what? We're going to investigate. But the Palestinians, they won't cooperate. And then they said, actually, we're not going to investigate. There's no criminal investigation. So, they tried to blame Shireen by saying that she was among the terrorists and she was armed with a camera, right? So, I mean, what am I supposed to say? They consider a camera as a weapon, right? And they tried to blame her for being killed. And you expect them to tell the truth here? I don't know, man. I don't know what to believe. I'm sorry, but I've seen this story many times. They kill someone and they say, they approached too fast. They came too fast, or they wouldn't heed the soldier's command. Like as if some fucking occupier barking at you you're supposed to obey them when they're on your soil, on your land. Remember, this is occupied West Bank. The Israelis have no business being there in the first place. They're occupiers. Do you understand? So even if she nukes them, they are occupiers. Okay, I'm speaking obviously in hyperbole here, but you have invaders talking about, we were only defending ourselves. What do you mean defending yourself? You're literally an invader. You're not supposed to be here. And when I covered all these crimes that were committed by the British Special Forces, the SAS, and the Australian Special Forces, the Australian SAS, you know what they would do in Afghanistan? They would go into a house. They would do these nighttime raids, and they would put all the men in handcuffs or zip ties and then just shoot them dead, like execute them, and plant a knife on the body and say, he tried to hit me get me with a knife, right? And then you had the emails that were published by the Sunday Times and the BBC of the British Special Forces writing emails to each other in the base in Afghanistan, joking about how there were more bodies than knives, Like, how do you justify that? What do you mean you killed that guy? There's no knife. You killed him because he tried to attack you with what? There are more bodies than knives. They were joking about this. So, this is not something uncommon. Just let's put it that way. I don't know if what happened today is that they planted a knife on her, but let's say it's not uncommon, right? The British do that. The Australians do that. This is, the police even do that. They plant crack on someone or whatever and or marijuana. How many videos have you seen of that? Where the cops get caught trying to plant something. It's nothing new. And I don't buy this nonsense that they had to kill her. Like, what does that mean? Okay, let's say that hypothetically she was really trying to stab him. I have a video that I've shown you guys before. You can find it on YouTube very easily. Of it's in the UK. There's a black man with a knife, and you have I'm not kidding, 30 police officers trying to arrest him. And they try everything. They try to go at him with a rubbish bin and to circle him. They try literally everything to disarm him except shooting him or even tasing him. So there are many ways that you can disarm someone with a knife, especially if you're a soldier. You know, you got all this brave training without killing them. And then let's say, okay, you had to shoot her. Why do you let her bleed out? Why do you not let the emergency workers save her life? So there are too many things here. There's too many, there are too many foul incidences. Incidents and clues that are at play. There's too much foul play. You know, they killed Shireen a few weeks ago and tried to blame her for being killed. And again, like I just told you, there are many ways they could have disarmed her without shooting her. Even if they had to shoot her, they didn't have to let her bleed out on the floor. The Israelis, we know what they are. We know how they treat the Palestinians. This is nothing new. This is only new if you're not paying attention or you've been swallowing the Israeli propaganda, you know? And, at the end of the day, let me be very clear. So some people get this through their heads. You know how they're all talking about, oh, look, Russia's invading Ukraine and sovereignty this and sovereignty that. The West Bank is an occupied territory. Okay? The Israelis are occupiers, illegal occupiers. They have no business being there. So even under international law, she has a right to fight the occupier by all means necessary. It's not me saying that. I didn't say that. That's international law. You have a problem with that? Go talk to the UN or the UN Security Council, right? When you are under occupation, you are allowed to resist occupation by all means necessary. So just like, throwing Molotov cocktails at a Russian tank is fine. Whatever Palestinians do to fight the occupiers is also fine. But this is playing devil's advocate. This is if you even believe what the Israelis are claiming about her. About she was trying to stab them. We know they've made these stories up many times. And I want to show you just how disgusting this is, how they even attacked her funeral, right? So, even after killing her, they add insult to injury, literally adding insult to injury. So they fired tear gas and sound grenades towards them, towards the crowds and the pallbearers.
قوات الاحتلال تقمع الآن بالقنابل الصوتية جثمان موكب جثمان الشهيدة غفران الوراسنة في هذه اللحظات. بالقنابل الصوتية وبالسحل على الأرض يتم الآن قمع جثمان الشهيدة الجواد. في ناس
I can hear the cursing. يلعن أبو أبوك.
نجح الجثمان يتم الآن قمع الجنازة بالقنابل الغازية.
So قنابل غازية, tear gas.
القنابل الغازية بعد أن دخلت يعني مشهد أشبه ما يكون بتشييع جثمان الزميلة شيرين أبو عاقلة ثم قمع جثمان أو جنازة الشهيدة الزميلة الصحفية غفران الوراسنة.
You see, he mentioned Shireen Abu Akleh, the Al Jazeera journalist, the Palestinian American who was killed. Same thing, right? They attacked her funeral. Now they attack Ghufran's funeral. I mean, they have zero shame. Like, no matter how much you give the Israelis the benefit of the doubt, you say, okay, she tried to stab him. Okay, he had to shoot her. Okay, there was some reason to let her bleed out. Why do you have to attack the funeral on top of it? There's no room for anything redeeming. There's no way you can look at their behavior and justify it or excuse it. It never works. It never works. And this is the funny thing, the Israelis, they always have an excuse. They always have a reason. Like, everything that they do is justifiable. They are the ones in control. They get to call the shots. And all Palestinian behavior is wrong. The funeral is wrong. You know, the way that Shireen was reporting was wrong. The way she was standing was wrong. It's her fault for standing there. You know, nothing Palestinians can do is right, and everything the Israelis do is always correct. It's amazing. It's incredible. It's incredible. I'm at a loss for words today.
الموكب الجنائزي والتشييع نجح بالدخول إلى مخيم العروب وسط قمع الجنازة بالقنابل الصوتية والغازية الآن الغاز.
Look at that. Look, man. You can look at the ambulance and the tear gas next to it. I mean, that really tells you everything you need to know. I'm sorry, but do you see how people are screaming that the French police used tear gas against Liverpool fans who were in Paris for the Champions League final? Like, how dare you fire tear gas at football fans who are just queuing up? Where's the outrage here? How dare you fire tear gas at a funeral? It's a funeral, and you fire tear gas at people and sound grenades. Like, do you see how they don't tolerate that kind of behavior? What a higher threshold they have. And Palestinians have to tolerate all kinds of abuses. Man, come on. This is the occupation, man. This is the occupation and the realities of the occupation. And, you know, the sad thing is that with Shireen, she was an American citizen. She was an Al Jazeera journalist. She was a household name. She was, you know, doing that for like 25 years. So there was a lot of media outcry, you know, worldwide. And even then, nothing's going to happen. Like, you know, the Israelis are not going to do any criminal investigation. Again, even if they'd done that, it's like a kangaroo court, or shall I say, a circus, right? They're never going to convict or actually hold to account one of their own, because that would mean admitting fault. And they want to portray themselves to the world as like the most moral army. They literally call themselves that, the most moral army. So, you know, my point is that going back to Shireen, she was famous. Very famous, and an American citizen on top of it. So the Americans, they had to say something. The thing is with Ghufran, she is just as much important and valuable as a human being, and a journalist, and a Palestinian. And, you know, my fear is that there's not going to be any media outcry about this, right? And no matter how much people said about Shireen, the Israelis, they escape any kind of justice. They can get away with anything they like. And this is why, within less than a month, Israel can do things like this. It can kill 2 female Palestinian journalists, and no one cares. And even attack their funerals on top of it. So there's no wiggle room. There's no way you can win. It's always a win for Israel, and the Palestinians are on the receiving end. And I just don't know what to say, man. You know, as long as the West keeps funding this, it's never going to stop. The West needs to cut off the support for Israel. All of it. Not 1 cent. No political support at the UN Security Council. Nothing. Because Israel cannot function without that support. Do you understand? Israel is a settler colonial project that has been created and propped up by Europe. It's been put there on purpose to, or shall we say, not only put there on purpose, but certainly maintained on purpose ever since, to make sure that the Arab world is fractured, right? Even geographically, you can literally see they put this Israeli project right in the middle of the Arab world to make sure that you have a fractured Arab world. And there are, of course, a million other reasons, but Israel, as long as it has political cover, media cover, because, you know, it would be one thing if the West was financing this and funding this, but the media in the West was actually talking about it. They're not going to talk about it. They're not going to, you know, condemn Israel as needs to be done, as much as needs to be done. No, they just can't do it. And they won't do it because they're cowards. So, you know, very, very tragic day. And people barely got over mourning Shireen. And now, you know, Ghufran has also been killed. I think that's her family, right? I think that's her family at the hospital. Really, really horrible. Allah yarhamah. Like that's what messed up. That's what's messed up, man. They will murder you and then like smear you after your death. Can you imagine? It's just ice cold. It's the cruelty of it is what gets me. The cruelty, you know, and that mother of 6 that they killed. The cruelty is unbelievable. Really. You guys sent me a lot of videos from your gas stations and so on. I'll get to that in a moment. I want to finish up something else, because this is another aspect of Israeli violence that, like, this. I don't know if what I showed you just shocked you. It should, but here, this stuff is going to shock you some more because of how horrible it is. So every year, the Israelis, they celebrate something called Jerusalem Day. You know, or the flag march. And basically what it is, it's the Israelis celebrating that they took control, that they captured Jerusalem. And then, of course, they annexed it illegally. So, you know, the United Nations Security Council, even the United States at the time, they told Israel, you have to get out of Jerusalem and the Golan Heights, the Syrian Golan Heights. And, of course, Israel's never done that. And on top of it, they not only occupied, they annexed it. Right? Both Jerusalem and Syria's Golan Heights. So this year, I just want to show you how vile this flag march is, because it's such an expression of what Israel means to Palestinians, right? And what Israelis think of Palestinians and how they behave towards them. So here you can see... Hold on, I balls that up. Give me a second. It's not loading for you, is it? There you go. So this is from the BBC, right? Jerusalem flag march. Israeli nationalists stream through Muslim quarter. Okay. So maybe I can play this very quickly for you from the BBC. Let's take a look at what she has to say.
This is near the start of the march, and there are just thousands upon thousands of young Israelis like this that I've seen around the city. And the mood with them is really jubilant, it's festive, it feels like a party. So this is the contentious point that the marchers were aiming for. Damascus Gate is the entrance to the Muslim quarter of the old city. Usually at this time of day, there would be plenty of Palestinians milling around. Israeli police have cleared them away. And as you can see, the Israeli marchers with their flags, they're dancing, they're singing, they're celebrating their presence at this spot. And they're going to head now into the old city, through the alleyways to the Western Wall.
Right. Let's take a look at what that means. Huh? So here are some of the things they were chanting. You ready? Here's the first one. Shireen is a whore. So Shireen is the journalist that Israel killed 3 weeks ago, the Al Jazeera journalist. They say Shireen is a whore. Okay, maybe for those of you who are more fluent in Hebrew can corroborate this for me. I'm pretty confident that the translation is accurate. Here they say Muhammad the Prophet is dead, which I mean, I don't know what that even means, because Muslims know that, and also you have not all Palestinians are necessarily Muslim, but okay, whatever. Again, they're basically trying to insult Muslims. Here's a specialty: death to Arabs, right? They love saying that, the Israelis. Death to the Arabs. Well, they seem like nice people, right? Look how they're brutalizing him. Do you know why they're doing that? Because apparently Palestinian flags are banned in Jerusalem. Can you imagine? Yeah. Yeah, like I just said that. Like that's a thing. Palestinian flag. Palestinians are not allowed to show a Palestinian flag on their own land. They get beaten up like that. Wow. So you can say death to Arabs and you can say Shireen is a whore. You can say whatever you like. You can't show a Palestinian flag. No, not allowed. So I think you get the idea. But there's more. There's more. And here, this clip I think shocked me the most. This one shocked me the most because I've seen those slogans before. You know, it's again, it's nothing. You know, it's the same thing. Here, by the way, I want to say one thing. When you know, when Arabs, Muslim or otherwise, or even Christian, you know, when they say like death to America or something like that, that's because America came and flattened their home with a bomb. Flattened their neighboring country with bombs. The Israelis are saying this because they actually mean that. It's not out of frustration or anger or you know, like desperation. It's like, yeah, let's just kill all the Arabs and we take their land. And of course, you know, that's how Israel was created, right? Now, in any case, look at this video. This show shocked me the most. This is so disgusting. You're not ready for this one, man. Look at this. They basically pepper sprayed and kicked this old Palestinian woman. What the hell, man? Look, what the hell was that? What a pussy this guy is. He can't even take on an old woman that's half his height. What a pussy. Yeah, you saw that? As soon as the Palestinian men came out, they start fucking running like cowards, because that's what they are. As soon as the men came, then they scatter. Disgusting, really. They want to beat up an old woman, right? And then when the men come, they flee. Of course. Really, just disgusting behavior. And I mean, you know, what should we expect, right? What should we expect? From people who say death to Arabs and all this stuff. Here's another video. This guy's saying, so the caption says, a flag-waving Israeli gleefully shouts at journalists, quote, "There is no Shireen." So he's celebrating that she was killed, you know? Again, I don't speak Hebrew, but I speak Arabic, and, you know, they're both Semitic languages. And he's saying meta, and in Arabic, if you want to say that someone is dead, or a woman specifically, you say meite. So meite, meta, it sounds similar to me. And again, a lot of people have shared it, and including Israelis who've, you know, basically corroborated that that's what he's saying. So here you can see the caption says, Israeli colonial settlers march in Bab al-Amud area at Al-Aqsa Mosque, performing provocative dances and chanting racist chants under the protection of Israeli occupation forces. I like how this is the important part, because we know that they're saying, you know, provocative things and racist things, but what I want to point out is the protection of the Israeli occupation forces. You can see them walking behind them, okaying this, like enabling this, you know? And this is how it works with when we talk about places like Hebron. You know, you have like, I forgot the number. What is it? 100, 200,000 Palestinians living there versus 800 Israelis. Like, the difference is nuts. But just because of those few hundred Israelis, you've got the Israeli occupation forces that are, you know, always protecting them, which again sounds ridiculous. Like, well, protect them from what? They're not protecting them, they're enabling them. So, you know, the Israeli settler can go attack a Palestinian, do whatever he wants, and they're not going to interfere. But if you try to defend yourself against the settler, then they will come and interfere and back him up. Do you understand? It's the same thing everywhere. It's the same thing. So the Israeli occupation forces are not going to stop Israeli violence against Palestinians, but they will stop Palestinians defending themselves from Israeli violence. Here, this is a video from then. Someone said there was a Palestinian flag put on a drone. Remember, they're technically illegal, right? You get beaten up by the cops for having one. So they put it on a drone. Anyway, I saw this article in El Monitor. They said that in the headline, Hamas refrains from rocket response to controversial Jerusalem march. And basically, I mean, just without going through the whole thing, because I can just explain it to you. The idea was that Hamas refused to fire any rockets or retaliate against all of these brutal things, these disgusting things that I just showed you, which included, of course, going to Temple Mount, as the Jews call it, or as it's said in English usually, or, the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And this is important because last year around this time in May 2021, there was a war, right? Hamas, they saw all of the things that the Israelis are doing, trying to evict Palestinians from Sheikh Jarrah, which is a East Jerusalem district, and the attacks in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and these provocative marches. So all of these things together, it climaxed, and then Hamas, they responded with rocket fire, and then we had that war for about 11 days. And you got 2,000 Palestinians wounded, 240 Palestinians killed, and I think it was like 11 Israelis killed or something. It's some like tiny figure as usual, right? But my point is that some people were saying, well, where's Hamas, right? Why aren't they responding? And they're saying, according to the article, again, I can't confirm this independently, but they're saying here that basically some people in Gaza, which is controlled by Hamas, they won the elections there, they had wanted to fire rockets, but then they were stopped. Okay? So Haniya's media advisor, the head of Hamas, said that that some parties, right, had contacted him to keep the situation from spiraling out of control. Okay. Islamic Jihad leader Ahmad al-Mudallal refused to comment to Al Monitor on whether his movement tried to launch rockets at Israel in response to the flag march. He did say, however, that, quote, the attempts to launch rockets from Gaza toward Israel in response to the flag march were individual, but they were also legitimate. And this is more interesting down here. Okay. Sorry. When I said up here about Haniya, we're talking. Hold on, I've lost my spot. Excuse me. I had something highlighted just a second ago. Sorry. Yeah. So the head of Hamas is Yahya Musa, right? And he told Al Monitor that Hamas has received extensive calls from several mediators, Egypt and Qatar, telling them not to be drawn into a confrontation with the Israelis. Okay? And he said that Hamas listened to them. They acquiesced to these demands. And he said, the quote, the resistance sensed an Israeli trap being orchestrated to drag it into a war for which Israel was fully prepared. He said that Israel flew its military planes in the skies of Gaza throughout the flag march to target the resistance fighters in the event of rocket fire. Okay? And he said that Israel carried out a large-scale maneuver that along the border with Gaza that included running empty remote-controlled buses that were traveling slowly in open areas, like as bait for the resistance in order to drag it to target them. Okay? And he said that it is not wise to attack the enemy while it's fully prepared, but this does not mean that the resistance will not respond to the provocations of the flag march at the appropriate time and place. And the article at Al Monitor says, nevertheless, a feeling of disappointment prevails over the Palestinian street over Hamas and the resistance failure to respond in a timely manner to the flag march provocations and violations. Okay. So this political analyst, he said that the resistance in Gaza does not operate based on emotions and reactions, but rather follows a comprehensive strategic approach. So that's Ayman al-Rafati. Well, I basically, just to put this into, to summarize the situation, what they're saying is that they're not going to respond to the flag march, all these things that I showed you this time, because they think the Israelis are trying to bait them. Yeah. So that's important. I don't know if that's true. Obviously, you can't know 100%, but I wouldn't be surprised. The Israelis, they want to provoke the resistance into acting, when it favors them. And he said that they were doing this trick with the buses driving slowly, like to bait them into attacking them, or flying planes overhead to see where they would fire rockets from. Yeah, it could very well be. Of course, absolutely. It's not far-fetched or anything. And I think, honestly, based on what happened last year, it's true. I think the Israelis were certainly trying to start another provocation where they're prepared, and knowing that Hamas is going to retaliate, and that not just Hamas, but the resistance in general. And, they say that some Palestinians were disappointed. Yeah, I get that. Of course, when you see this kind of disgusting behavior by the Israelis against the Palestinians, everybody would be like, what the heck? There needs to be a response. People got to defend themselves. But there's a saying, right? What is that saying again? That revenge is a dish best served cold. In this case, it's not really revenge. It's more, as the name implies, it's resistance against an occupier. But I've no doubt that they'll be addressing this later. I don't think that they can allow this to happen and not respond in some way. And this is the thing, man. This is the thing with, with what's happening in Palestine. I mean, literally every single day you have atrocity after atrocity happening. I don't know how anyone, can live through that. It's horrible. And in the Western media, well, they'll tell you Hamas is a terrorist organization and blah 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 and this and that. Yeah, well, sorry, man, but they had elections in Gaza and they voted Hamas in, and Hamas is a political party and it has a military wing. Okay, same thing with Hezbollah. It's a political party with a military wing, and they're basically telling the Palestinians that you're not allowed to resist, and your resistance groups are quote unquote terrorists, and that's why they've made all these efforts in the West to go and ban Hezbollah, including the political party. So not just the armed wing, but also the political wing, and the same thing with Hamas. And I feel like they leave the Palestinians no avenue, really, right? So can't do BDS, can't do peaceful protests, can't do armed struggle. It's ridiculous because all this stuff is permitted under international law. Everybody's saying right now that, the Ukrainians, look how brave they are resisting the Russians. But then the Palestinians do the same thing. They call them terrorists. What's up with that? In any case, this was not just about telling you that Hamas is saying it will respond later and so on. For me, this was more about showing you how disgusting this flag march is, this Israeli flag march. And I want to be very clear. I want to be crystal clear. This is not something that happens once a year, which is really bad. No. And this is not just, it's Israeli nationalists. Like, it's just a tiny group of, like, far-right, really hardcore Israeli nationalists. What does that even mean? Even the so-called left Israeli is still an Israeli, right? Israel is still a colony. It's still an occupying power. So, I don't care what you say it is. It's a far-right celebration, or, it's any other day. It's occupation. Do you understand? And the very occupation itself is offensive, is an attack against Palestinians. Do you understand? Americans, if somebody else came onto the land, they'd be very quick to shoot them and kill them and, defend themselves and say they're defending themselves. And when the Ukrainians are defending themselves against the Russians, everybody's clear about what's going on, right? But when it comes to this, suddenly everyone has amnesia. Suddenly they don't understand the situation. Oh, it's really complex. You're funny. You guys are funny, man. So anyway, my point is that don't think that this, these disgusting chants are like something that happened once a year. No. When they say death to Arabs, that's every day. There is literally every day death to Arabs and death to Palestinians as a result of the occupation. Okay? Every day someone is being shot dead. Some teenage boy, Shireen, for like the journalist, at Al Jazeera, or today, Ghusfan. Every day there's somebody getting beaten or shot or arrested or killed because of the occupation. So it's not just about a chant by some tiny group of people. It's the occupation itself and the policies that it perpetuates as a result. You know, people like to see Israel as an apartheid state. No, the apartheid is a symptom. Israel is a settler colonial project that was created by the British. You know, Balfour Declaration, they promised a Jewish homeland in 1917. And then, of course, the British, you know, they gave up the mandate and essentially handed it to the Zionist militias. And ever since, the Americans have been bankrolling it. And it's very, very practical for them because they get to fracture the Arabs, you know, keep Syria in check, keep Egypt in check, keep Lebanon in check, and so on. So don't get it twisted, man. You know, the Israelis can say whatever they like. At the end of the day, they're not the ones that are on the receiving end of occupation. So you know, everything is that's happening is very clear, except to those who refuse to see it. I want to show you guys some things that you sent me, videos of supermarkets and prices and all this stuff. Let's take a look, shall we? And again, thank you guys very much for all your super chats and your kind donations. You're very, very generous. We have actually, wow, we got several people that signed up on Patreon. Thank you to Maxim and thank you to Steven. You guys are very kind. So I'll play you a crab dance and then we'll continue to the next part. Everybody, show Maxim and Steven some love. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right. Let's go. Again, thank you guys very much. I'm quite quite surprised and shocked that we are really so close to 1,000 supporters on Patreon. So thank you guys very much. You know, whether you want to support the show for $1 a month or €1 a month or €10 a month, whatever it is, I'm very grateful and thank you guys so much. I can't believe we're almost at 1,000. That's amazing. And of course, if you'd like to send a donation on PayPal or CashApp, here's the QR code. Let me check if there are any things on PayPal, if you have questions or comments or something. And again, thank you for supporting independent journalism. Thank you for supporting my work. It's thanks to you that I can do this and keep doing it. So, just a moment. We have a super chat that was from Candace Strike. It says, thank you for the reporting. To hell with Nazis. And P.S. to hell with Zionists too. Well, thank you very much, Candace Strike. And Ash says, but why? Itch. I'm not sure what you meant, but I assume that you sent the super chat while I was showing the videos of the Israelis and their lovely, pleasant chants. That's obviously, something that makes me go, why? Jas is also sending some really, peculiar super chats asking, could you fart your way to the moon? Weaponize the gas fart. I really don't know, man. You know, I wouldn't know. Harry says, I saw a video of 4 to 5 Israeli mercenaries in Ukraine saying Slava Ukraina, 2 of them in Hebrew, and logos and a star of David with a what in the center, really? I think I saw pictures of that. I'm not sure if I saw a video, but yeah, it's you know, it's I don't know, man. It's really bizarre. It's like, you know, when I was growing up, I was very, very interested in World War II history. I read a lot, and I ended up finding there was like a British division in the SS. And I was like, to this day, I'm just like stunned. Like, did I read that? Yeah, like that's a thing. You know, it's disgusting. And you know, this is what that reminds me of. Just something so outlandish. But I don't think it's necessary to draw any. I mean, you look. Let me be very clear. There are many parallels to be drawn, but I think Zionism on its own. You know, forget Ukraine. Like, my point is, put Ukraine aside. Whether it's 2022 or 1992 or 1972, we don't need anything else to criticize Israel's crimes. You know, their theft of Syrian land, of Palestinian land, their occupation of Lebanon, the massacres, the ethnic cleansing. This is a crime on its own, right? Like, or I should say, many crimes. And an atrocity on its own, right? But yeah, I think I saw that video that you're talking about, or at least an image. So you know, just crazy stuff. So give me a moment just to start the new one. Okay, so are you guys ready for the next segment? This one is not inspired. It's literally stuff that you sent me. It's literally it's the stuff that you guys sent me to my email. Okay, so I asked you guys last week if you could please send me photos, videos, whatever, of your gas stations, your supermarkets, you know, what the prices look like, because I wanted to try and gauge, and of course this is anecdotal, right? But I wanted to try and gauge you know, how the war in Ukraine, given the, you know, the enormous ripple effect that it's had, how it's affecting consumer prices. And of course, it's sort of a rhetorical question, because we know that, you know, if the gas and oil prices are going up, everything else is going up. And of course, who pays for that? It's the consumers. It's not the rich politicians in, you know, Brussels or Washington, D.C. or Whitehall. So somebody sent me this from Eureka, California. And just to, again, say thanks to all of you who sent this. This was from... Take a look at that. I'm just stunned. I'm speechless. Look at the price of gas. Unbelievable. That's $6 a gallon, up to $7 a gallon. What on earth is that? Again, you know, I showed you this, guys, earlier, and I was joking. You know, this is you're paying prices like in Yemen, you know. And I did a whole investigative report on the fuel blockade against Yemen, so I know a thing or two. I did that with Amin Al-Tibat, which is, you know, who's a great Oxford Yemeni economist, and they're paying in Yemen like $9.5 a gallon, and they're under a fuel blockade by Saudi Arabia and you know, the US and UK backing it. So I mean, this is unreal. Unreal. Now, by contrast, and again, I'm kind of shocked, so please correct me if I'm not reading this right, but one of you sent me a video from Russia, okay, of the gas station, of the prices in the gas station, and let's take a listen, and just look at that price, and please tell me I'm not hallucinating. All right, look at this.
And I'm at our local gas station, and you can see this is the price for 1 liter. This is the regular gas. You can see the Russian price is quite low, and these are the prices.
So hold on, just going back here, I can see 46 there, 0.35, so that's 46 rubles, right? Because this was from Kinda Wise. So thank you, Kinda Wise, for sending in the video. So 46 rubles in dollars, that's like 75 cents, right? Let's look it up right now. So 46 rubles in USD. About 72 cents per liter. 72 cents a liter compared to $6 a gallon. I mean, that is unbelievable. I don't know if that's an okay comparison, but that basically means in terms of gallons. Give me a moment. So if you want 1 gallon in liters, we'd have to get I bet it's around half, like a third of what you're paying in the US. That's unbelievable, really. Wow. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say, man. So we've got, basically, just to do some quick maths, we've got 4 liters in 1 gallon, okay? So you would be paying $2 to $3 a gallon in Russia versus $6 to $7 a gallon in the US. That is nuts. That is really nuts. And you guys also sent me some videos from the supermarket. Okay? This is also from Kinda Wise. Let's take a look. That doesn't look very empty.
So this is the baby formula, I guess. The baby nutrition for children and for kids. So everything is full. Nothing is empty. All the shelves are full. Alcohol and cookies and pastries and sweets and
alcohol, cookies and pastries and sweets. These are most important things, right?
and cookies and pastries and sweets and everything you wanna. So yogurts and milk and everything. So nothing has changed. The same price. The same price it's been before the special military operation. As I said before, we are living in a far remote village. It's 10,000 people only.
Okay.
So, no empty shelves. Everything is full.
That's great. That's great. Alhamdulillah. I wish that it's like this everywhere in the world, because look, man, I mean, yeah, I get the sarcasm, like, oh, the West is trying to sanction the Russians, and actually it's the West that's suffering the higher prices. But at the end of the day, it's not funny, because it's still civilians like you and me that are paying that. So it's really not funny at the end of the day. But I really appreciate Kinda Wise sending me these videos, and the price list. Also, the email was quite meticulous and detailed, and again, so I mean, in Russia, with the prices that Kinda Wise showed me, that's their username, you would pay about what did I write down here? About, almost $4 a gallon. Okay, so 3.7 compared to $5, $6, $7 in the United States. Okay, I had a little bit of trouble converting it because that's in liters, and in the US you're doing gallons. So I fixed it up, and it's about 3.7, about $4 a gallon if you're over here in Russia, right? Yeah, and again, compare that to Eureka, California. Now, again, just to be very clear with you, the photograph that I showed you here that one of you guys sent me in from Eureka, California, that's just in California. It differs. Remember, the United States is a very big place, just like Russia. and it differs from place to place. Some people are still paying 4.5, I think. Others are paying 5. Some people 6, and as you can see, some people 7. But still, my general impression is that gas is cheaper in Russia. And I want to show you something here, because when I saw this picture from California, I went and looked up the California retail gas prices, and you can see very clearly that, you know, as soon as the war starts, the price kind of just skyrockets again, right? If I read that correctly, because I was looking at this with Claudia earlier. In any case, I don't need to look at this specific chart, because we looked at the Brent and crude and British gas, like everything. We saw the prices going up together live, and you know, there's again. Even in the mainstream media, they're slowly starting to admit that, oh, yeah, you know, the sanctions we're putting on Putin, they might hurt at home. Really? That's very kind of you to tell us. Especially today, given the EU banned Russian oil imports. Or shall I rephrase this? They're phasing them out from here until the end of the year. So it's still a ban. And that sent the price of crude up and so on. Oh, boy. Here's another video that somebody sent me. This is from Omsk in Russia. Again, it's just a supermarket, but nevertheless. Oh, did I see something? Is that baby formula that I spotted? I see diapers, and I think I see baby formula as well. Yeah, down there. Again, man, you know, explain this to me. The United States has a baby formula shortage, and there's no baby formula shortage in Russia or in Europe, for that matter. So, you know, the logic here is like you have $40 billion, right? And you decide to send that to, well, to buy weapons with it, right? Because they say it's going to Ukraine, it's aid. But you still have to buy the weapons, and then you send them to Ukraine, right? It's the same thing. You're basically choosing to spend that money on weapons instead of, you know, whatever it takes. Let's say you have to go import the baby formula from, you know, Germany, and you got to import it from Denmark, wherever. You could still afford it with $40 billion. That's just one example of the things that the American government could do for its people with these astronomical sums of money. Like, please let me put this into context for you. $40 billion. Dude, the United States has spent more on weapons for Ukraine than Russia does on its military for the whole year. Do you understand this? Like how much money we're talking. Germany, not only rearming, which, I mean, the last time Germany was armed, I don't need to remind you what happened. But Germany not only rearming, but spending committing 100 billion euros to its military, which is, again, almost double of what Russia spends on its military. What is this madness? Do you not have, like, better things to solve? Like, more, you know, more pertinent issues that need fixing? I don't understand this, man. This is shocking. This is really shocking. I want to show you, well, I can't show it to you. I'll just read it to you. This is an email from someone in Germany, from Anke. So thank you, Anke, for sending me this. The subject says prices in Germany. What the F? Okay. So Anke told me that toilet paper was €1.99 before, and now it's €2.99. So it became €1 more expensive. And this is the cheapest form of toilet paper. And and they say you can't use that, to be honest, with a laughing emoji. Butter used to be €1.79, now it's $2.49. Staubsaugerbeutel, which is the bag that you put in the vacuum cleaner. What a word. Staubsaugerbeutel is also €1 more expensive, went from €4 to €5. One cucumber, zero. Okay, so it used to be 77 cents, and now it's €1.79. And now they're saying that an average family will have to spend €2,000 extra to pay for the heating in the apartment, for the gas. Wow. again, a lot of you sent me so many videos. Some of you forgot to give me like quote unquote permission to watch them in Google Drive, so I couldn't show them. But in any case, I want to say thank you to Elena and to Anke and Yasmin and Kinda Wise and Jessica, all of you who sent in videos and photographs of, you know, the gas station, the grocery store. I really appreciate it. And like from what I can see from the people who's messaged me from Russia with these videos, like their stores are full. The prices are the same and the shelves are full, which is good, you know, like good for you. And I wish that for everyone all over the world. The store, you know, there's always bread, there's food, everything is stacked and plentiful. But I just think it's interesting. And again, this is anecdotal evidence. You don't have to take these 3 videos that I showed you as you know, solid proof. But I think we're all seeing the trend here that in general, the prices in Russia are remaining the same and are quite low, whether you're getting, you know, your tank filled at the gas station or you're buying bread. And in the West, you know, here, the food is getting more expensive. The energy bill is getting more expensive. The gas is more expensive, you know, filling up your tank. And yet they want to tell us that this is punishing Putin. It looks to me like you're punishing your own citizens. And you know, nothing is happening to Putin. Now, look, I want to be clear, man. Let's be very clear. I cover sanctions a lot, right? Especially with Iran and Syria and Venezuela. And up until this war started, Iran was the #1 sanctioned country. So just because a country is doing well or it looks like it's circumventing the sanctions, it doesn't mean that the sanctions don't have an effect. They certainly do. Like, we can't deny that. And these are just a few places. But I just think in general, something weird's going on. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but you know, the wages are not going up and the prices are going up. And I know before the war started, so, you know, in January and December, yeah, things were getting more expensive. We cannot deny that. But we also cannot deny the war has made things more expensive. And not just the war starting, but when the EU and the US started putting sanctions, that is really some, you know, you can literally quantify that. You can literally see by date the prices going up, correlating with, you know, corresponding to the dates where sanctions were imposed. So, you know, the ruble, what's the value of the ruble? We were looking at that just a moment ago. I think we saw, yeah, there you go. So $1 in rubles. What do we get? 63 rubles. So, I mean, this is basically a 1 month picture of the last month. This is the last year, the last 5 years. So it's 62. When's the last time it was 62? Or 63? Yeah, you could say around February 2020. So the ruble's at the best it's been in like 2 years. Over 2 years. Well, in any case, you know, this is a developing situation. As time goes on, we'll see what happens. But if you, again, I'm telling you guys, please send me pictures of, you know, the prices at the gas station. If you're in the West, especially, if you're in Russia, and you know, prices at the grocery store. Send me everything. I'm trying to put everything together and show you what's going on, and you know, get a, yes, it's anecdotal, but nevertheless, a glimpse, shall we say, of the current situation. And again, the email is RichieMedhurst@gmail.com. So that's RichieMedhurst@gmail.com. And thank you guys for all of you who sent in the videos. And sorry if I didn't get time to download them and upload them. Man, look at the chat. They're spamming the chat. There are bots in the chat. Wet girls are here. No. Go away. This is not. No. you know you made it when you have spam bots in the chat, right? That's a sign that your channel is spam worthy. You know. No. Why is it sex bots on top of it? Like, why is it not like, I don't know. Here are cracked CD video game keys or something. No. This is completely haram. No. Gordon, thank you for the super chat. Gordon said you're great. Thank you. You are great, Gordon. I appreciate that. And we have some other super chats I forgot to read. These are from Leopard. It says down with neoliberalism. And you sent that right as I was showing you the shops in Russia. Optimist says Russia knows no fear and despises Western deceit. I see we've got another one from Jacqueline. So thank you very much, Jacqueline, for the super sticker. And just give me a second to check on PayPal. We've got a lovely donation here. This is from Electech. So I thank you for the donation. And Travis signed up on Patreon. Everybody show Travis some love. Thank you very much for supporting my work. And how many are we on Patreon? Actually, I forgot. Listen. Every time at the beginning of the month, some people's payment methods don't work, which is fine. I mean, it's like that. But then the number drops down. So actually, we are now at 867 patrons. I think we just crossed 900. In any case, we will get back there. I'm not worried because I've got you guys and you're very kind. So thank you for that. And again, I will play a crab dance for Travis right now and we'll continue. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come. You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9s. A number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right. Thank you guys very much. Nothing like a good crab dance. Today I think is the start of Pride Month, right? It is June. And I saw something that was posted by the official Twitter account of the United States Marine Corps, the U.S. Marine Corps. So, which I thought might interest you. Just give me a second to pull this up. Hold on. I only have a picture of it, but I wanted to show the tweet. Yeah, this is the one. I'll man, I don't even know what to say. This looks like the Full Metal Jacket cover. You guys know that film, Full Metal Jacket? It's a good film. By Stanley Kubrick. He's a great director, famous director. Claudia is sending me a picture of Nescafe 3-in-1. And she said she's drinking muqawameh, meaning resistance. I guess this is an insider joke now because you guys remember a months ago, Israel bombed Syria, specifically the port in Latakia. This is just so you can visualize where Latakia is. It's on the Mediterranean. But I've been there a few times when I was very young. Yeah, here you can see where Latakia is. And so this is Syria, and there's Latakia. So right opposite Cyprus. And when the Israelis bombed the port, they said there are weapons inside. They always say this, like as if that gives them permission. But okay, they say that there are weapons inside, and it turns out it was just a bunch of Nescafe. Like I'm not even kidding. Hold on, let me show you this. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, look. Here are the weapons. Look, it's a bunch of Nescafe, man. People love that stuff in Syria. Like I'm. Is that a can of Milo? What is that? I forgot. But yeah, I mean, there you go. And this kind of instant coffee is very popular in Syria and Arab countries. So yeah. Anyway, Sahtain, Claudia. So. Okay, let's go back to the gay Marines that we were talking about. You know, what I'm talking about is pink washing. You guys know what pink washing means? It's what I'm about to show you. Just give me a moment to set this up, and have you guys, please tell me if you've seen any examples of pink washing, you know, basically where the military industrial complex, the intelligence agencies, they try using gay pride, especially now when it's Pride Month, as a form of promoting their, activities, their imperialism. Because when I'm about to show you a few examples, but maybe I missed a few. So let me know if you saw anything from today or last year. And I remember there's something with the CIA, right? What was it with the CIA again? They said something like, hold on, let me look this up. This is ridiculous. Oh, GCHQ did that as well. Yeah, that was lovely. Look, this is okay, it's from 2015, but nevertheless, it's still relevant to what I want to show you. Yeah, Abomi in the comments already knows what I'm about to show you. It's the Marines put out some woke bullets. That was it. What was that thing with the CIA? They put some like there was a building that they covered in gay lights, and when gay lights, I mean the pride colors. what that's like the worst nomenclature. They did that, I think, in GCHQ, was it? So for those of you who don't know, GCHQ is basically like the UK's version, like our version of the NSA. That was really funny though, gay lights. Oh man, it's like a child trying to describe something, it's hilarious. Okay, hold on. I'll find it somewhere, man. Give me a second. Yes. Okay. This is why I love you guys. You know exactly what I'm going to tell you. You're giving me so many good examples of the CIA changing their logo. Right. Oh man, the CIA doing this, I'm going to show you something incredible. Okay, so let's go. Let's just do this, man. I want to talk about this because, again, today's June 1st, and June is Pride Month, right? So for people to celebrate gay pride, LGBTQ plus, and I just wanted to show you something I saw on Twitter, which was posted by the today by the official account of the U.S. Marine Corps. Okay, and here's what they did. They basically took a helmet and put bullets on the helmet with the pride colors. So the gay pride flag is a rainbow flag. So they put the rainbow colors here, and I'm just what does this even mean? They say throughout June, the USMC takes pride in recognizing and honoring the contributions of our LGBTQ service members. We remain committed to fostering an environment free from discrimination and defend the values of treating all equally with dignity and respect. Like, look, man, I'm going to be honest. Like, there's nothing wrong with this statement. At face value, you read that and it's like, how could you disagree with that, right? Like, everybody should be treated equally. Yes. But what they're doing here is they're trying to condition people and like basically exploiting gay pride to further their agenda to promote the military. And that is what is so insidious. You understand? Like, and they're not the only ones who've done this. I'll show you a few more examples now. And I think it's so disgusting because they pretend to care about minorities and they always tokenize them. Do you know what I mean? So it's like the CIA will put out a recruitment video, to promote recruitment, and it's featuring a black woman. They don't actually care about black women. They'll go and implement policies in the US or outside the US that actively hurt black women and then pretend to care about, minorities. This is what is so insidious. So this is one of those examples, the helmet with the bullets. And I want to tell you something. This reminds me of, and I think they did this on purpose. This reminds me of the cover, the artwork for the movie Full Metal Jacket. It looks almost exactly like it. It's got the camouflage is different. This is the pixelated one. It's not the same as in Vietnam, but the colors are similar. The way that it's put on a white background is similar, and the writing on it is similar, right? So if I show you the cover of Full Metal Jacket, you'll know exactly what I mean. Here it is. Those look eerily similar, right? So it's like they're trying to copy the artwork. Anyway, it's just something I noticed, right? And Full Metal Jacket is a very popular anti-war movie by Stanley Kubrick. Here's some other examples of what I believe is called pink washing, if I'm not mistaken, right? So when they basically try to exploit gay identity or gay pride to promote something else. Here's Israel doing pink washing, right? They posted on their Twitter account, Pride Month, let's do this. And I want to tell you two things about Israel. First of all, if you're gay, you cannot get married in Israel, right? So they pretend to be, oh, look, we are the only democracy in the Middle East, and we are so civilized, not like these like Arabs that are surrounding us who are like so backwards. Really? This is so racist and disgusting, their whole mentality. So once again, if you're gay, you cannot get married in Israel. If you got married outside of Israel, they will recognize the marriage, legally speaking, but you cannot get married in Israel. And on top of that, I want to show you something else, which is really disgusting. The Israelis were basically spying on Palestinians, internet activity and their phone use to try and blackmail gay Palestinians, right? So they would say, if you don't, rat out this guy, or you don't work as a mole for us, you feed us information, we will expose you as gay. We will tell your family or your friends or whatever. And this is a real program. I'm not kidding. So, here, look. Here, this was published already in 2013, I think. Right? So you can see the headline from Vice. It says gay Palestinians are being blackmailed into working as informants. And it's not just from Vice. You can find it in the Electronic Intifada, for example. So you see what I'm saying? They basically trying to turn it against them. That's how much Israel cares about, Pride Month and gay pride. Here's another one. And again, this is from an article that Glenn Greenwald wrote in 2015. He said GCHQ's rainbow lights exploiting social issues for militarism and imperialism. So again, for those of you who don't know, GCHQ is our equivalent in the UK of the NSA in the United States, right? So actually, speaking of Glenn, if you go and see his reporting with Edward Snowden about NSA mass surveillance, you'll see that GCHQ was working with them very, very actively. And this is what he's talking about here. Look at this tweet from, well, back then David Cameron was prime minister. It's basically the GCHQ headquarters, lit up with rainbow lights, so representing the gay flag, the gay pride flag, right? I mean, I don't even know what to say. And he says modern day Turings at GCHQ. Do you know what's so sick about this? Because he's referring to Alan Turing, if I'm not mistaken. Alan Turing is basically the inventor of the computer, right? And during World War II, he helped the British crack Enigma. And now I know everyone who's Polish and listening is going to say, yeah, but Poland is the one who cracked it. I know Poland played a huge role, not denying that. But, Alan Turing, my point is he helped the Allies win the war, literally, because he's such a brilliant mathematician. And then after the war, because he was gay, they blackmailed him and drove him to suicide. I'm not kidding. This is what's so nuts to me. Regardless whether he helped in World War II or not, but this guy's a national hero. He literally helped defeat the Nazis, and then the government drive him to suicide. That's what's so disgusting. And then here they're saying modern day Turings, like as if they didn't, abuse this guy horribly. Anyway, so another thing that I can show you is here, CIA recruitment starring cisgender millennial. You see, this is another example, not specifically about Pride Month, but of the pinkwashing and, the CIA tokenizing minorities to advance militarism. And look at this from the CIA, okay, on their official Twitter account. They say, before Pride Month comes to a close, we'd like to celebrate the brave LGBTQ officers who pushed for inclusion by founding the agency's network of gay and lesbian employees. So this is not from this year, it's from 2020. But nevertheless, you can see the CIA is basically celebrating, gay pride. This is the same CIA that had a playbook on blackmailing people because they were homosexual or they were gay. Right? Like, how it's unbelievably disgusting. Unbelievably disgusting. And here, let me show you this. So inside the CIA's 1980 manual for ferreting out homosexuals, right? So the CIA released a 3-page memorandum in 1980 on how to recognize and ferret out homosexuals during investigations, perhaps for the purposes of blackmail. And in 1979, a memorandum defended the agency's long-standing practice of barring sexual minorities from working in the CIA, legally justifying it by rationalizing that an investigation is not routinely terminated when allegations of homosexual conduct are developed. So again, you can see, like, even the institutions, whether it's the British government, British intelligence, or American intelligence that have a history of blackmailing gay people, are now like suddenly saying, "Oh, we love gay pride" and all of this. They're just using that. It's disgusting, They're exploiting it to advance, as Glenn put it succinctly in his article, imperialism and militarism. And I think it's really insidious. What am I supposed to say? And of course, they don't only do this with gay or LGBTQ plus. They do this also with, as we saw, black minorities, Latino minorities, all sorts of tokenizing or tokenism that they can do. They will do it, right? So, I'm pretty sure I've seen something about the CIA with encouraging, what was it again? Latino diversity or something. Hold on, let me pull it up. Which, why it's so funny? Because the CIA has committed more coups than I care to count in Latin American countries, which shows you how much they love, Latin Americans. Just they'll go and ruin their governments and their countries and coup their leaders and so on. But let's make the CIA more diverse. Yeah, then you can have more diverse imperialists, right? More, it's disgusting, really. It's like what you see in the Biden administration. So right now, a few weeks ago, the outgoing White House press secretary is Jen Psaki, right? And excuse me, this is her replacement on the left. So there you go. That's Jen Psaki. She's the outgoing White House spokesperson. And then on her left, you have Karine Jean-Pierre. And they were celebrating her as the new press secretary because she's obviously not only a black woman, but also because she's gay. And, the Biden administration, basically, they have a black man heading the Pentagon who is, running an institution that literally kills black people in Africa, whether it's in Somalia. Now they're sending 700 troops again to occupy it. Or all the other covert operations that they're running, who, actively runs policies that kill brown people, that kill people in the Middle East. And then they have a woman, for example, running the Treasury, Janet Yellen. So, instead of people in Venezuela being starved by a man in the running the Treasury, now people in Venezuela can be starved by a woman running the Treasury. Like, what does that even... I don't understand how that's a celebration of womanhood or... diversity. It's insulting. It's just insulting. And again, this is why you need to pay attention to these things, because we know that corporations do it. Like when you see Coca-Cola or you see Facebook or a bank, whatever it is, changing their logo or changing their building, the flags inside their lobby or whatever it is, they're changing it to pride colors, or their website or their app logo. Some of them change their app logo. We know that they're doing it because they're a corporation and they're trying to promote themselves. Yet we're not stupid, right? They did the same thing with the Black Lives Matter. You had all of these apps, YouTube, I think Spotify, I don't remember, but all the big ones changing their app to black and white, right? To basically say that, they stand with Black Lives Matter. And when you hear that, that's fine. On the surface, there's nothing wrong with that, but you have to realize why they're doing it. It's not because they actually mean it. It's because they're trying to promote their own brand and sell more to make money, right? So it's a profit incentive. Excuse me. And here, in the case of the CIA or GCHQ, they're trying to recruit more people and they're trying to promote themselves as, civilized and, very nice, acceptable institutions that tolerate all walks of life and all of this nonsense. No, it's not true. They don't tolerate all walks of life. They're not a nice institution. They're killers. They're murderers. So don't be fooled by it one bit. And I swear I didn't do this segment to promote the t-shirt that I made, but I love how on point it is, if I may say so, when I did the Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition death cult, because that's what I called all of this, right? This administration, this whole fake, celebration of diversity. You don't care about diversity or Pride Month or anything, but this is what I meant when I came up with this logo, with this idea, and then Mona was very kind and helped me turn it into an actual t-shirt. This is it. Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition death cult, because that's literally what they are. It's like fake diversity. There's a drone in the background. There are missiles taking off. And, oh yeah, look, we're so diverse, but we're still a death cult killing people. That's it. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Don't be fooled by their tokenism and their pink washing for 1 second. Okay, just let me put this back here. I'm glad you guys like the t-shirt. I see in the comments. Thank you very much to John. I saw your comment in the chat, and John also just joined on Patreon. Everybody, please show John some love, and I'm gonna play him a crab dance before I continue. And please send me any questions you have. I'm happy to answer them. All right, let's go. Crab dance.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me? Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Just splashing some cold water. Okay. Sorry about the black screen. But I'm really happy to have you all. It's really great community that we're building here. So again, thank you guys very much. By the way, please, before I forget, don't mind me, but I have to nag you. You guys know how crazy the censorship is right now. We have to have a backup for you to be able to watch the videos in case anything happens to the YouTube channel, God forbid. Let me start first by showing you the Telegram. So I have a Telegram channel, which is Telegram is basically a messaging app. There's nothing complicated about it. It's whenever I go live, whenever I post a video, I put a notification here, so you will never miss a live stream. And I think this is very important because many of you are subscribed on the channel. You even have the notifications on with the bell, but you still don't get notified sometimes when I go live. So this way, with Telegram, you will be sure to get that notification. Now, the other thing that I have for you is the Substack, or as I like to call it, just the newsletter. It's really what it is. So it's richardmedhurst.substack.com. You just put your email and hit subscribe. That simple. By the way, how many of you right now that are watching right now were notified about the live stream through one of these things, about either through Telegram or the Substack? Because when I asked you last time, a lot of you said Telegram. So I was really happy. I'm glad it's working, and everything's okay on that front. And of course, there are other video sharing sites where you can watch me. So Rockfin, Rumble, Odyssey. You guys asked me to make these channels. I did, and they're there. And the URL is always the same. It's rockfin.com/RichardMedhurst. Odyssey.com/RichardMedhurst. Same thing. So thank you guys very much for that. And I see in the comments you guys are saying Telegram and YouTube. Okay, that's great. That's great. I'm glad. Art said Azov book. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, right? With Facebook and Instagram, they basically said that, you know, it's okay to say that you want to kill Russians and you know, like they literally changed their hate policy, hate speech policy to okay this stuff. Like, that's the kind of twilight zone we're living in. Anyway, I wanted to tell you guys a bit more about, I wanted to move on to the next segment. Just a moment. Elizabeth, thank you for the PayPal donation. I appreciate it very much. Okay, so let's go on to this. All right. We have to fill up the gas tank. So this has been an interesting week. This has been an interesting week because you know, this has been a very interesting week for everything related to Iran. As you guys recall, there were those there was that incident with the oil tankers. So, you know, basically Greece, at the behest of the United States, stole 2 Iranian oil tankers, emptied the oil, and then gave it to the Americans. And in response, Iran seized 2 Greek oil tankers, you know, tit for tat. And at the same time, here's this headline from MSNBC, from NBC News, which says that Iran has enough uranium to build an atomic bomb, UN agency says. I mean, honestly, you couldn't really know that this headline is from 2022. It could have been from 2003 or, you know, 2012. They copy and paste these things. Iran has been weeks away from a bomb for 30 years now. You know, they must be stuck in some time warp where, you know, in some black hole where there's different time mechanisms. Anyway, this is not true, obviously. So let me scroll down and explain what's going on here. They say Iran has accumulated enough enriched uranium to build a nuclear bomb, according to new findings from the United Nations Atomic Agency. Is that true? Let's see. The IAEA, which is, again, the nuclear watchdog for the UN, said in a separate report that Iran has failed to provide credible explanations about nuclear material found at several sites in recent years, raising questions about the nature of its nuclear work. The IAEA's 2 reports could set the stage for a showdown at a meeting next week of its 35-nation Board of Governors, as Iran has demanded the watchdog wrap up its probe into uranium particles found at 3 undeclared locations in the country since 2019. The UN nuclear watchdog said that Iran's stockpile of uranium, enriched to 60%, has grown to 43.3 kilograms, which is an increase of 10 kilograms compared to 3 months ago. Now, experts say that the stockpile would provide roughly enough material for an atomic bomb if Iran took the additional step of enriching that uranium to 90%. Moving from 60% to 90% is not a technical challenge for Iran. And now, pay attention to this. They say, quote, Iran has now accumulated enough enriched uranium to be able to quickly produce more than a significant quantity of highly enriched uranium for one bomb. Said who? Said Daryl Kimball of the Arms Control Association think tank. Yeah, okay, so he's saying that, not the United Nations. That's not what you wrote in your title. I don't like that, man. That's bogus. The UN did not say Iran is close to building an atomic bomb. Some guy called Daryl Kimball said that. Right? So, let me explain a few things to you. The meeting that they're talking about, which is going to take place, is the Board of Governors. Now, Iran always says very clearly that if you guys, condemn us at the Board of Governors meeting, then we'll do X, Y, Z. And actually, that's the reason why last year the British and the French and I forget who the third party was, but you know, they're parties to the JCPOA, to the nuclear deal. They backed off of condemning Iran. Okay, so right now they're saying that Iran is close to building a nuclear bomb. I mean, this is just ridiculous because you cannot just, it's not, oh, let's enrich uranium and then suddenly we have a bomb. That's not how it works. I did a whole interview with Scott Ritter, who, again, is not just a great military analyst, but he's also, he used to be a weapons inspector for the UN. And we talked about the Iran nuclear deal, and this is last year, about a year ago. And, you know, he kind of went through very quickly the process of building a bomb, for lack of better words. And hold on, let me see if I can find that spot. Yeah, here we go. I think this is a good place to start. And again, you guys should watch the whole thing, because again, it's a lovely interview, but specifically about why it's ridiculous that Iran is making a bomb or has a bomb. Let's take a look, okay?
About Saddam Hussein, that if you go back and study Saddam Hussein's public announcements about weapons of mass destruction, he never told a lie, ever. And one of the reasons that's important is that the supreme leader of any nation can't be exposed by outside powers as a liar. He let other people lie, but he never told a lie. He always told the truth. And that was a secular thing. You know, there's no religious connotations to that. In Iran, where the supreme leader is the supreme jurisprudent, where you know, he is not only the leader of the nation, he's their religious authority. This carries the power. This is like the Pope, you know, for the Catholicism. The Pope isn't going to get up and start spouting lies, because that'll be the end of Catholicism. The supreme leader isn't going to get up there and issue a fatwa, which he did, a religious edict saying that nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction as a whole are against basic Islamic teachings, and that Iran views them as haram or forbidden. You don't make that fatwa and then turn around and violate the fatwa, because the second you do that, you no longer exist as a supreme jurisprudent. You're just a lying politician. And that would be the end of the Islamic Republic. So, you know, we have to take that into account. But everybody will say, well, that's just all politics, Scott. Let's talk about the nuts and bolts. A nuclear weapon is far more than simply having enriched uranium. Let's say Iran was able to, or first of all, they are able, let's not play any games here. If Iran wanted to, they could enrich uranium to 98% without much difficulty. They've mastered.
Yeah, so you see, that's what they were saying in the article just now. Look, man, if Iran wanted to make a bomb, they could. But it's not just about enriching uranium. Listen to what Scott says next.
The technology. So let's say they've acquired that. Well, the first thing they have to do is turn that uranium into purified metal that is formed into a perfect sphere if they're using an implosion device, or apportioned properly in terms of a gun device where you have a slug, another slug, it's fired, it comes in, it creates fissile, you know, it goes critical and explodes. Either way, that's a precise calculation, that's precise metallurgy. Iran may or may not have that capability. We don't know. You know, it's a very advanced nation with very advanced you know, science and technology. So it possibly could produce purified uranium metal if it wanted to, but it would need a dedicated facility, and that facility could be detected by the intelligence services of the world. But even if they have that, now you got to build the device itself. Let's forget about enriched uranium. A implosion device requires, you know, specific types of high explosive materials that have been shaped into a perfect conical sphere. There can't be any error here, because if the explosion is off by 1 inch, you don't get that perfect implosion. You instead you get a fizzle. So this requires testing, high explosive testing. There's no evidence that Iran has carried out the kind of testing necessary for this. Could they? Yes, they could, but it's detectable. It's not going to happen in secret. They need, you know, you know, detonators that can be timed to explode at the same time. Again, one miss on this. But even once you have all this, you've got to miniaturize it to be deliverable. I mean, in theory, Iran could produce a nuclear device that you could dig a hole in the ground and bury it, and then blow it up and say we're now a nuclear power. But unless you can deliver that to a target, you're not a nuclear power. You blew up a device. You didn't blow up a weapon. A weapon has to be deliverable, which means it has to be shrunk down, miniaturized, to be able to put on top of a missile. This requires testing. I mean, the United States, the Soviet Union, and other nations carried out thousands of nuclear tests to perfect this capability. Right. Iran hasn't done a single test, nor are they currently equipped or organized to do these tests. The bottom line is, do I believe Iran could produce a nuclear weapon today? Yes. I believe the Iranians have the scientific capability to produce a nuclear weapon. These are smart people, and a nuclear weapon is not, like trying to fly a space capsule to the moon. It can be done. It requires a tremendous amount of dedication.
So I should have stopped Scott earlier so that I tease you and make you go watch the full interview. You really should. But my point is that, very obviously, this is such a complicated process. Like, compare what Scott just said to this stupid headline over here from NBC News. Okay? Oh, Iran has enough uranium to build an atomic bomb. No, it doesn't. And that doesn't mean anything, because that's not even half the process. But you think most people read past the headline? Do you think most people know the stuff that Scott just said, or consume the media where they tell you this stuff honestly? No. And so what happens is the media end up convincing people, oh, Iran is a threat, Iran is a bomb. Come on, man. We've been through this whole fiasco. I remember Iraq is WMDs, blah, blah. And ironically, Scott was the one in charge of making sure that Iraq had disarmed. Right? What an irony. It's a small world. In any case, right now what's happening with the nuclear deal, you see headlines like this with, oh, Iran has enough uranium to build an atomic bomb. And the replies underneath these posts and the comments that you hear, even from people in Congress, are so childish. It's so infantile. They say things like, for example, there's two kinds of responses that you hear. One of them is the Republican one, where they're like, oh, look, Iran is a threat. It's a threat to Israel. It has to be neutralized and blah, blah, blah. And then the other response is, oh, you see, this is all because of Donald Trump. And, this would have never happened if he had left the nuclear deal. And so that's a bit more correct, but I'll explain why it's wrong. Because listen, the only reason Iran is enriching uranium again is because Trump left the nuclear deal. It's not because this is something they will be doing anyway. Do you understand? It's leverage. Okay. And, it's a consequence of Trump leaving the deal. It doesn't mean that if there were no impediment, that Iran would just be randomly enriching uranium. They don't have any interest to go up to 60%. Let me be very clear. In the JCPOA, in the Iran nuclear deal, in the text, it says that Iran cannot go past 3.67%. That's the limit. And that's all you need for research and civilian purposes. Okay? So when Iran is going up to 20 and going up to 60, do you know when Iran did that? Iran did that after the Israelis and the Americans murdered Iranian officials, Iranian scientists, blew up Iranian nuclear sites. That was a response. That was a signal to the West, like, if you keep going, we can also up the ante. Okay? That was a signal to the West, lift the sanctions and get the US back in the nuclear deal, or we will also do what we want. And by the way, I want to be very clear. When Iran adds more centrifuges, replaces centrifuges with newer models, enriches uranium past 3%, Iran is literally allowed to do these things as part of the agreement, because the agreement says if any party leaves, and specifically the United States, if the US leaves the deal and reimposes sanctions on Iran, Iran will consider that as grounds of significant non-compliance and grounds for Iran to also not meet its obligations under the deal. And what does that mean? That means Iran also doesn't have to abide by it. Like, just think of this logically. If you sign a contract with somebody and they don't respect the contract, why the hell do you have to respect the contract? It's gone. So Iran has been very patient for the last years. Remember, Trump left in May 2018. Man, we just had May 2022. It's been 4 years that the Iranians are telling the Americans, get back in the deal. Respect your word. Hold up your end of the deal. And they don't want to do that. And so this is why Iran is increasing its uranium production. Now, I just want to show you very briefly something like this. So take a look at this from Statista. You can see here, this is the development of Iran's uranium stockpile. Okay? So Iran's the number of low enriched uranium in kilograms is increasing, and then as soon as the nuclear deal is agreed, the JCPOA, bam, it drops down immediately. And then Trump quits the deal in 2018. Iran waits an entire year and then starts ramping up the quantity of low enriched uranium. So that's another significant thing. Like, can you imagine when Trump quit in May 2018, Iran waited an entire year until May 2019 to do anything. They continued respecting the agreement in full, 100%. An entire year, basically giving the United States a chance to come back and change its mind and, hold up its end of the deal. And even afterwards, like I said, Iran is well within its rights in the text to do these things. So there's so much garbage reporting about this nuclear deal. It's really, really terrible. Like when I read the stuff that the mainstream media is writing, I'm just so sick of it and shocked. I really feel sorry for people that are consuming this as their only source of news, because it's so distorted and wrong. Again, I don't know how many of you are new here when you joined. Welcome to the channel, but I just want you to know that I have a whole playlist on the channel about the Iran nuclear deal, and I've covered it on the ground, independently. I did interviews with the Iranians, with the Russians, like the people that are actually negotiating the deal. So if you want independent coverage of this, please go watch the playlist. I explain everything. I'm just trying to put into context the last thing, things that have happened in the last week. So the incident with the tankers, right? The Americans stealing Iranian oil. That's not really good, when you're trying to negotiate with somebody and show goodwill, and then you go and steal their merchandise or their property. It's not a very good indication of, it's not a very wise indication of goodwill. So in any case, you're seeing these things right now in the Jerusalem Post and Reuters that, Iran fails to answer questions on nuclear program, right? And they're talking about this report from the IAEA about these uranium particles that they found in these undeclared sites. So again, we'll see what happens at the Board of Governors. But what people are saying is that basically, they're afraid that if Iran is condemned, then it might imperil the deal, that, we won't see the nuclear deal revived. I don't think that's true. Right now, the biggest obstacle to getting the nuclear deal implemented, it's the Americans giving Iran assurances. Okay? But I just want to read quickly before I continue with that. Look here, they say in the IAEA report that Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium to 60%. It's estimated to have grown by, about 10 kilos, right? That amounts to more than what the IAEA calls a significant quantity, defined as the approximate amount of nuclear material for which the possibility of manufacturing a nuclear explosive device cannot be excluded. Yeah, but that's completely different than what you were writing in NBC News. That's not the same. That's not the same at all. So Iran right now is 42 kilos of 60% purity. Okay? And as Scott pointed out, that is nowhere near enough, to finish building a bomb. It's just like one piece of the puzzle. And Iran has no interest in a bomb, because if the United States would just get back in the deal, end of story, none of this would be happening. And remember, Mohsen Fakhrizadeh was assassinated
Trinity
outside
player is
Tehran
activated.
in late 2020. Okay? This is an Iranian nuclear scientist, which the Israelis murdered in Tehran, and then they bragged about it in the New York Times. And that's one of the reasons that Iran started beefing up the uranium. So, you know, if you don't want Iran to enrich uranium, why do you keep murdering its officials? And why don't you just get back in the deal? I'll tell you why, man. Because, you know, it doesn't make sense logically. You know, when Israel says Iran is building a weapon and yet they're opposed to the nuclear deal. Well, why would you be against the nuclear deal if that's the only thing stopping them from building a weapon? I'll tell you why. Because Israel wants Iran isolated. When there's no nuclear deal, that means there are sanctions on Iran. Do you understand? Iran cannot trade. Iran cannot participate in the, in the global financial, its oil sector is sanctioned and its banks are sanctioned. So that means trade is out of the question, okay? And finance is out of the question. So globally, Iran becomes a pariah, and Israel wants that. They know there's no bomb. If there was a bomb, trust me, the Israelis would be doing air raids on Iran. Although, honestly, that's suicide. You know, they're in for a big surprise if they try that. But that's what's up, okay? They know there's no bomb. It's all about keeping Iran isolated. And I want to add one more thing. When Trump said this was the worst deal ever, and he quit it, you know why he said that? Because the Israelis were angry that the nuclear deal did not include things that have nothing to do with the nuclear program, ballistic missiles, and Iran's support for the resistance. So if you pay attention to the media right now, you'll see that, oh, Iran is being greedy and asking for things that are outside the scope of the nuclear deal. Hold up a second, man. Hold up. It's Germany and the United States and Israel and all these countries that have been saying for the last years there needs to be a nuclear deal 2.0, which also limits Iran's ballistic missiles in addition to the nuclear program, and also stops Iran's quote-unquote support for terrorism. They mean support for resistance, like in Palestine and Lebanon. And that is outside the scope of the deal. Like, the Americans didn't even respect the first deal, and now they want to talk about a second deal? What the hell? So let me be very clear, because right now, if you look up in the media, why is the nuclear deal being held up? This is what they tell you, right? It's about the the FTO designation. Okay, so this is what they're saying. They're saying that there's a delay right now because Iran wants the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, removed from Washington's list of foreign terrorist organizations. This is not true. The reason that there is a delay right now is because Iran is asking for better assurances. Iran doesn't really care about this designation. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because if tomorrow morning the United States removed the IRGC from its list of terrorist organizations, the people in the IRGC are still sanctioned. Do you understand? So Washington not only sanctioned the whole IRGC, but also the individuals in it. So the label means nothing really if the people are also individually sanctioned. Okay? So, and just to be clear, the IRGC is a part of Iran's military. And this is the first time in history that you have the United States calling another country's military a terrorist organization. Just so you understand that. But Iran is basically waiting for the Americans to give them real assurances that they will not do what Trump did. Iran does not want, to get the US back in the deal, and then 2 years down the line, you have somebody who replaces Biden who decides to quit the deal again, and it's all over. It's the same thing all over again. New sanctions, and oh my God, the same whole circus. And can you blame them? I don't think you can blame the Iranians because they have a right to demand this. Look what happened, right? It's not a hypothetical. It happened. The US violated its end of the deal. And, another thing is that, again, I'm telling you this. So I have this from a source. I'm not going to tell you who, but the Iranians asked the Americans for assurances that the US won't quit the deal. And the Americans told them, well, we can't promise you that a future administration won't quit the deal because we don't know that, and we don't have control over a future administration. And you might be hearing that and thinking, fine, that's logical, right? They don't have a crystal ball. They don't know who's going to get elected. Fine, whatever. So what the Iranians did afterwards is they asked the Americans, okay, can this administration, you guys, can you give us a guarantee that you won't quit the nuclear deal down the line, whether it's, in 2 years or in 4 years or 5 years if you get reelected? And you know what the Americans told them? They said, no. I mean, man, you just can't win, right? Like, you're literally trying to negotiate this deal so you get back in, and you won't promise that you're going to respect the deal? I mean, this is crazy stuff, really. I'm just like, I don't know whether to laugh or cry because it's so insane. So that's what the Americans told the Iranians, right? They can't give them a guarantee they won't quit the deal again. So that's what's taking time because, all of these headlines about, Iran and bomb, this wouldn't happen. This is not a thing because Iran is not pursuing a bomb, and Iran is only doing this for leverage, right? It's because if Iran wouldn't do this, the Americans would just look at them and laugh and say, why should we respect you? Why should we do this? Iran did what the Americans like to do, right? Which is not word for word, but, the coercive diplomacy. So we're going to keep enriching uranium, and we're going to force you to the negotiating table. We're going to bring you back, even though you quit the deal. So in any case, let's see what happens, guys. But please don't consume mainstream media for this topic. I think this is one of the worst. Like, I cover a lot of topics, man. And I'm telling you, I always see how the mainstream media talk about these things. This is one of the worst. This is one of the most dishonest ones. It's so bad. It's really bad. They lie so much, and they kind of depend, or how shall I phrase this? They rely on people's ignorance because they know that the random, the average Joe, the layman, is not going to go and actually read the text in the JCPOA. They know that most people don't even know how to build a nuclear bomb, which is probably a good thing. But I mean, they kind of rely on people's ignorance and also on their prejudice, right? Because for years they've been saying Iran is a threat, Iran is this. It's very easy to demonize Iran and get people to believe whatever. So seriously, watch out for that because it's really bad. I'll leave it at that. But again, I have a whole playlist on the nuclear deal. Please go check it out. I promise you will learn a lot and you will enjoy it. Alrighty. Give me a second, guys. I'm just checking if we got anything on PayPal or Patreon. I sometimes leave you guys waiting a lot. You'll send me like a donation like 2 hours ago and I'm still going. So thank you guys. You're very kind. I'm sorry if I didn't read your super chat or I missed someone. NF, thank you for the super sticker. Lana, thank you for the super sticker. Jean-Gwyn Spirit, thank you as well. And Bill Nye, the highest guy, good to see you. Thank you for the donation. We have also one from Gordon. Gordon says, you're great. Thank you. Thank you, Gordon. Thank you. I believe I read that before. I'm reading it twice. Doesn't matter. Oh, look, somebody sent me another video to my email on Drive about the sanctions. Let me see if I can play it. Give me a second. I don't know if it's working or not. Let me show you. This is from Russia. Okay, this is a video that somebody sent me from Russia. I hope I can play it. Just one moment. Usually people got whole teams behind them and shit. I'm just one-man army, like rolling through. That's how we do, man. That's how we do. I'm not gonna lie, it can be frustrating sometimes, but it's also it's good. It's really good. Yeah, this video is not gonna work publicly. I'm gonna try and download it and then show it to you. But oh, I think it should work now. Okay, hold on. I'm interested to watch this. Wonderful. Here we go. So let me see. Okay, you guys can see that, right? let's take a look. I think this video is a bit long. It's about 4 minutes, so I'll just fast forward quickly and maybe read you some details from the person that sent it in. So again, thank you very much. This is from Elena. And
Hey Richard, my name is Elena.
this video is not from
I'm a big fan of your show,
Moscow. It's from Samara.
Russia, in Siberia.
Okay, so it has a city. It's a large city with a population of more than 1 million people.
Right in the middle of the
And
and I decided to film you.
and Lena sent it in to show me the quote unquote empty shelves in the Russian stores. Well, they don't look too empty to me. Let's put it that way. I see cat food. Is there any baby formula? That's like, all you guys sent me. Sent me videos and then specifically pointed out, look, there's baby formula. I really don't know what to say because $40 billion. Imagine how much baby formula you could have bought. Whoa, what is that? Hold on. Whoa, what was that? What did I see there? Are they misting the vegetables? Oh my God. That is, I've never seen that in my life. Like, nor in England, nor anywhere. That is extremely fancy. What is that? That is nuts. Look at them. They have something spraying the vegetables, like misting them. Wow. That I'm not gonna lie. I like that very much. It looks really cool. Wow. Oh, so you guys are saying in the comments that they do that too in Canada and the United States. That's dope. And Australia. No, I've never seen that in Europe. I've never seen that. I didn't know that's a thing. Forgive my ignorance. One of you says that it's misting for dill and green onions. Right on. Very nice. You guys are telling me that they do this in Mexico and Sweden. Very nice. Omar is like, lol, it's very common, Richie. I'm sorry, man. I've never seen a vegetable mister. MashaAllah. Look at all this lovely food. That's beautiful. That's great. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. This looks better than the stores like in Western Europe. Seriously. It's nuts. Oh, look, is that what I think it is? Is that sunflower oil? Man, when I went to the store, there was no sunflower oil. I tried to order online. There's no sunflower oil. Just for context. Top Gambino says it looks better than Walmart in America. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's not only more packed, or shall I say well stocked, but even looks better than the shops in Western Europe or in the West, shall we say. It does, it really does. Hold on, I'm gonna try and fast forward, see if there's any baby formula in the video. Maybe we get a little peek. Oh, is that what I think it is? Is it there? Isn't that baby formula? I have no clue what I'm looking at. Hold on. Oh, there it is. There it is. You guys are so funny. I didn't even ask you, and like 3 of you have literally gone into the store and went specifically to show, look, there's baby formula. So look, we have videos from 3 Russian cities, okay, or shall we say towns/cities showing baby formula. So again, this one is from Samara in Russia, and then the other one, hold on, let me read them to you. I'm getting lost. There's so many of them. And the other one was in Siberia, I think it was. No. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm not gonna balls this up. My point still stands. That's good. I don't know what to say. I think it speaks for itself. Like the Russians do not have empty shelves. Yes, it's anecdotal, but nevertheless. And the prices have not even changed. Again, I want to be very clear. If you are in Russia and the stores are empty and the prices have changed, please send that to me. RichardMedhurst@gmail.com. And I asked you guys, even in the States, even in the West, Western Europe, send me pictures or videos or whatever it is of the gas prices, the gas station or the supermarket. Because I just think it's interesting to show this to you guys and look at it together. Because, you just don't see this anywhere else. And it's nice to do a comparison and see how the sanctions are affecting both sides, right? Because this is the first time that Western sanctions backfire on the West. Usually the US will slap Iran with sanctions, literally like thousands. Iran was the #1 sanctioned country before. And you think people in the United States or in Europe have any clue what those sanctions even are? What the word sanction even means? They just go about their lives, living in blissful ignorance. And it's the same thing with Syria, like the Caesar Act sanctions. It really, really, really hurt Syria. The war was bad enough, but the sanctions are really, really crap. I mean, I always repeat this phrase because it's so powerful. My cousins told me that they would rather live under the bombs than the sanctions. Because, Damascus used to be shelled every day when the rebels were in... the terrorists, Faylaq al-Rahman, Jaish al-Islam, they're terrorist groups. They were in Jobar, which is a district. They had it besieged, basically. Literally blocks away from where my cousins live. Literally blocks, like the next street. And that was bad enough, My cousin, his wife's family, their apartment got mortared 3 times. They're thankfully okay, even though they got injured. My cousin Roni, who's been on the show, there was a car bomb outside his house next to this government building, which they tried blowing up. Everything, his apartment, I mean, as a result of that bomb, just completely ravaged, I know how that is, because when I was in Pakistan, they blew up the Egyptian embassy next to my school, like literally outside the window, and our classrooms, man, horrible. And my cousin said they would rather have that again than the sanctions. Can you imagine? Because my cousin said, even though there were bombs, you could go and actually buy shit. There was stuff in stock. You could find bread. Obviously, this is not true of every area. War does not affect places the same way. Damascus was not hit as bad as Aleppo, for example. But still, I think that's a powerful statement, So, when people say, even I make this mistake. I sometimes do this myself. I say sanctions and war like they're 2 separate things. It's not 2 separate things. It is warfare. It's called economic warfare. And I think when you speak of war, you should include that in there because it's part of the package. And some people even view it as worse. Excuse me. Yeah, Guni is quoting me, right? Sanctions are modern siege warfare. Absolutely. So yeah. And my point, just going back to what I was saying, is that this is the first time that the West are sanctioning a country and feeling the sanctions at home, because usually that's not the case. And I don't take any pleasure in saying that. Like, that also affects me. So it affects everybody. Can I show you something, by the way? Take a look at this. Like how bad the sanctions are affecting food supplies in Africa. Look, this is from the Associated Press. Let's take a look at what they have to say. They say the war in Ukraine adds to food price hikes and hunger in Africa. So this is from Mogadishu in Somalia. They say it now costs twice as much as it did just a few months ago to buy the wheat flour that this mother, Ayan, used to make breakfast each day for her 11 children in Somalia's capital. Nearly all the wheat sold in Somalia comes from Ukraine and Russia, which have halted exports through the Black Sea since Moscow waged war on Ukraine. The timing could not be worse. The UN has warned that an estimated 13 million people were facing severe hunger in the Horn of Africa region as a result of a persistent drought. So this mother's been able to make do by substituting sorghum and other more readily available grain in her flatbread. Inflation, though, means the price of cooking oil that she still needs to prepare it has skyrocketed too. A jar that once cost $16 is now selling for $45 in the markets of Mogadishu. So this businessman who imports wheat flour into Somalia says that things are going to worsen. He says there's a looming shortage of shipping containers to bring food supplies in from elsewhere at the moment. Some, quote, Somalis have no place to grow wheat, and we are not even familiar with how to grow it. Our main concern is what will the future hold for us when we currently run out of supplies. Another 18 million people are facing hunger in the Sahel, the part of Africa just below the Sahara Desert where farmers are enduring their worst agricultural production in more than a decade. The UN World Food Programme says food shortages could worsen when the lean season starts in late summer. African countries imported 44% of their wheat from Russia and Ukraine between 2018 and 2020. The African Development Bank is already reporting a 45% increase in wheat prices on the continent, making everything from couscous in Mauritania to the fried donuts sold in Congo more expensive for customers. Quote, Africa has no control over production or logistics chains and is totally at the mercy of the situation, the African Union chairperson said. He said he will travel to Russia and Ukraine to discuss the price woes. Vladimir Putin pressed the West last week to lift sanctions against Moscow over the war in Ukraine, seeking to shift the blame from Russia to the West for a growing world food crisis that has been worsened by Ukraine's inability to ship millions of tons of grain and other agricultural products while under attack. The Italian Prime Minister says that Moscow is ready to make a significant contribution. Putin told Italy that Moscow is ready to make a significant contribution to overcoming the food crisis through the export of grain and fertilizer on the condition that politically motivated restrictions imposed by the West are lifted. Remember, Russia is the world's top producer of fertilizer, if I'm not mistaken, right? So that's also another very important. It's not just oil and gas. Blinken dismissed Russia's claims, noting that food, fertilizer, and seeds are exempt from the sanctions imposed by the US and many others on Russia. All right, let me tell you how this works, man. This is a lie. This is a flat-out lie. Let me tell you how this works. When the United States puts sanctions on a country, and I know this because I reported a lot on the Syrian sanctions, the US sanctions on Syria, on Iran, on Yemen, on Venezuela. Look what they do. In the statement itself, they will say that there's an exemption for humanitarian purposes and food and NGOs and so on. But this is ridiculous. You know why? Because the sanctions, just by imposing sanctions on this country, you make it a pariah. No one wants to have anything to do with it. So in Yemen, let's take Yemen as an example. When Trump and Pompeo put the Houthis on the terror list, in Yemen, all the food is imported, and it's imported through traders. So that means it's bought commercially. It's not the UN bringing it. It's not the whatever other NGO you want to name. It's not. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's bought. Okay. In Yemen, the food is imported and bought commercially. So when you put sanctions on Yemen, those companies don't want to deal with you, even though you made an exemption. Because, number one, they're not humanitarian organizations. And number two, even the humanitarian organizations that do have an exemption can't convince traders, banks, and other things to actually work with them, because the formulas, the forms, all of the legal work that has to be done to get the exemption is so complicated. No one wants to deal with it. It's just not worth the risk, because if you get slapped, with a fine or even prison time by the Americans, it's not worth it to you, right? So that's how it works. They isolate a country and say, yeah, but look, we made an exemption for the NGOs. Yeah, it's meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. And man, I'm telling you, this is not just me saying that. I interviewed the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Sanctions about Venezuela and Syria, because she went to both countries. And the shit that she told me, man, it's really, really awful. And we talked about precisely about this point. We addressed this point about the exemptions. They're not real. It's a fantasy, right? It's like, if I can just give you another example. It speaks for itself. It really speaks for itself. I think that's here in the article. They continue to say that Ukraine has accused Russia of looting both grain and farm equipment from territories held by its forces. A Russia-installed official in southern Ukraine has confirmed that grain from last year's harvest there is being sent to buyers in Russia, according to a report Monday by Russia's TASS state news agency. That grain, however, isn't making its way to Africa. In Cameroon, a baker says he's seen his daily clientele drop from 300 customers a day to only 100 since bread prices jumped 40% because of the lack of wheat imports. So he's let 3 of his 7 employees go already and worries that he will have to shutter his Yaoundé business entirely unless something changes. So he says the price of a 50-kilogram bag of wheat now sells at $60, up from about $30. And the supply is not regular. So basically the price is doubled and it's not even guaranteed. The African Development Bank is warning of a potential 20% decline in food production and saying that farmers are having to pay 300% more for their imported fertilizer. They want to address this with a cash injection. Honestly, this is heartbreaking, man. This is I don't have reason to doubt the figures about how much the food is becoming more expensive and so on. What needs more what needs to be looked into more is what Ukraine and Russia are saying about each other, right? Oh, you stole the farming equipment. Oh, you stole the grain. I don't know what to believe about that. I haven't looked into this specifically about stealing farm equipment, but I have no doubt that the food prices are going up. I mean, you see yourself in your own stores outside Russia, in the West, that everything is getting more expensive. So, I have no reason to doubt this. I can tell you another thing. I know that in Yemen, about 40%, so almost half, close to half of the wheats that they import, it comes from Russia and Ukraine. Look here. So yeah. This is from okay, the website's not working. It doesn't matter. My point is that I published my report on the fuel blockade. What is it, about 2 months ago, I think? Something like that. Let me show it to you. Here it is. So this is March 31st. Okay, this is my investigative piece on the fuel blockade against Yemen. And I did this with a Yemeni economist. He's an Oxford graduate. He worked at the World Bank for 10 years. So, I mean, this stuff, he knows it backwards. And we put all of this together using only figures from the UN, from the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank. And we did this on purpose because then nobody could say, oh, you used figures from, this government and that government. No. These are all official figures, so no one can say anything. You can, go calculate them. You'll find the same results. And this is why people in Yemen are paying $9 a gallon. It's obscene. If you look at the what we just read about the food in Africa, about how the supply is not regular. I mean, the same thing is happening in Yemen. Look at this. Every year, you have less and less fuel ships that are coming through Hodeidah because of this blockade. And again, this is like completely man-made. You know, the Saudis are only doing this to mess with Yemen. There's no reason to do this. And my point is that when you don't have fuel, everything becomes more expensive, right? So the agriculture declines, the industry declines, the service sector declines. And it really, really damages the economy very, very, very badly. And on top of that, on top of everything that's happening here, the war in Ukraine, like we said, 40% of Yemen's wheat comes from Ukraine and Russia. So, you know, Yemen, which is already one of the poorest countries on earth and is already suffering under 7 years of war and suffering under a fuel blockade, now has to suffer consequences of the war in Ukraine. It's too much, man. I don't know how anyone can bear this. It's too much. It's too much. And, you know, the people in Yemen, like I said, they're some of the poorest on earth. Look at what happened last year, man. 80% of Yemenis, they paid 644 million extra for gasoline and diesel products, right? Because when you stop the ships from coming in, the ships have to go to another port, and then the route becomes longer. The trucks have to travel further distance. They have to pay militias. They have to pay Al-Qaeda that are setting up roadblocks. And then who has to pay the final cost? Like, it's passed on down to the consumers. So, you know, it's basically tragedy upon tragedy compounded. And I really think you guys should go read this, because we put a lot of work into this. Especially Amir. You know, I want to give him a lot of credit. Here, I'll post the link for you in the chat. And it's really awful seeing poor countries having to, you know, suffer even more because of the wheat shortages, or shall we say the disruption of wheat deliveries. It's really awful. It really sucks, man. You know what really bothers me is that when we talk about Africa specifically, Africa, when in terms of resources, is the richest continent. I mean, logically speaking, this shouldn't exist. Like, you know, these problems about food shortages or whatever it is, this shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't be a thing in Africa. Africa has so much wealth. Yeah, I mean, you know, when people imagine like skyscrapers and, you know, high-rise buildings, logically that should all be in Africa, because that's where all the money is. But that's not what happens, right? So you have companies like what was that French company? Avisa, I think, or Arriva. I forgot their bloody name. Hold on. It's Arriva. Yeah, Arriva. It was correct. So there's a company called Arriva, a French company, and they go into Niger, and they mine all the uranium. And they've been doing this for 40 years. And you know, they told the people in Niger, yeah, this is going to bring wealth to your country and so on. And keep in mind, this is a state-owned French company, okay? It's owned by the French government. It's not, I mean, it's not the only sticking point, but nevertheless, it's like pure colonial stuff. So the French government is mining all this uranium in Niger, and Niger is one of the poorest countries on earth. Just to put this into context, the uranium that comes from Niger powers 1/3 of households in France. It even lights up the Eiffel Tower. Can you imagine? And all of this lovely stuff, and what do the people in Niger get? Nothing, literally nothing. On top of that, the people living around the mines are breathing in all of this toxic shit and the radioactive dust. I mean, this is criminality on another level of the highest order. Plundering, abuse, really, negligence doesn't even come close to describe this kind of stuff. And this is exactly what I'm talking about when I say that colonialism is not over, because now, you know, instead of having a French flag hoisted up there, up there, it's still a French company owned by the French government, plundering the African resources, and then making off with the lion's share of the money, you know, and reaping the large benefit of it. How is that any different from 100 years ago? It's not different. You know, it's still screwing over the native population. And you know, the real problem is that the politicians in Africa who agreed to this in the first place. And you have to remember, the IMF and the World Bank, they put these countries in a very tough position. They tell them, if you don't do this and that, we can't give you any more loans. They basically pressure them politically, pressure them in order to get political concessions under the guise of, we are here to give you financial assistance, right? And even like I said, the companies, they come in under the pretense of, we're going to bring you wealth, and then they screw them. So it's a whole system of institutions and techniques that they use. And you know what's funny to me? When they talk about China, they say China is like debt trapping African countries and basically trying to screw them over. Like, everything they accuse China of is actually stuff that Britain has done, that France has done, that the Dutch have done, that the Italians have done, the Portuguese have done. It's like projection, right? Anyway, man, I really feel for the people there, and excuse me, I just need to drink something. I don't have anything. Give me a moment. Are there any stories that we didn't cover? I'm just wondering, because I tried to touch on everything that I had planned, but I think that's mostly it, right? If you have any questions, guys, please let me know. Just shoot right now in the chat, and I'll try and answer them. Before I forget, I haven't plugged the show, so again, if you want to support my work, please consider donating on PayPal or CashApp. You can just take your camera app on the phone and scan the QR code and send me a question or a comment. I'll read it out. And of course, if you'd like to become a member on Patreon, I'd really appreciate that. These are just examples on the screen. Some people donate $2 a month. Some people do $10 a month. I'm grateful either way. And, even $2 a month goes a long way to helping me continue to do my work and supporting independent media. So I'm very, very grateful. And on top of that, I would play a crab dance. So I think it's a win-win for everybody. All right. In any case, there's also the merch. I always forget to plug the merch, so I'm going to do that right now, since Claudia reminded me. It's store.richardmedhurst.com, and you can get those lovely Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition Death Cult. So there you go. This is the t-shirt. The one that I have is the long sleeve. This one right here. And again, you know what's ridiculous? When I started this thing, I wanted to buy the hoodie, and it was sold out because of you guys. You literally emptied the stock, and I couldn't have one, so I had to take this. Look what you guys do to me. Look at this abuse. Anyway, I'll put the link for that over here. And I really hope that you guys subscribe on Rockfin or Rumble or Odyssey. Please, let's make a backup together. That's so important, because we can't rely on these big tech companies to do our work. We have to be able to communicate with each other. I need to be able to, live stream and give you guys the news, and you need to be able to watch me. So if anything happens, we have to have, an alternative platform. I think there's about 20,000 of you that are subscribed on Rockfin, which is great. So please continue subscribing there. It's totally free. You just have to make an account. That's it. I don't put anything behind a paywall. I'm not into that whole exclusive content nonsense. I do my work, and if you want to support, thank you very much. Sorry, my throat is a bit sore already, but yeah. And again, if you guys have any videos you want to send me, pictures, videos that you took at the store, at the gas station, the email is RichieMedhurst@gmail.com, and I'll type it up right now in the chat. Thank you very much, Jessica. I appreciate that. I appreciate the videos that you sent me. And you guys said, hold on, what was this comment? We have to get off YouTube and move to censor-free platforms. There you go. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Here, this is Rockfin. Okay, that's the one. I still haven't changed the cover picture up here. I need to make a new one. I don't have time to do these things. I really don't have any time, drowning in work. So look, we're almost at 20,000. It's great, right? And usually, you should also see the live stream here. So when I live stream on YouTube, I'm on Rockfin at the same time. Is there a way to live stream on Odyssey and Rumble? I'm not familiar with that. I should ask the people at Odyssey. I think you can live stream there, right? On Rumble? How does that work? Because I would go live and then it works on YouTube and Rockfin, but I don't know if I didn't even think about those other ones. You guys are telling me in the comments that it does work. Oh, look at this. Delight loves movies said in the chat, my dad worked on the great man-made river in Libya. You should talk about how NATO bombed it. Mashallah, that's really great. I have talked about it many times. I always get really angry because of this, because NATO bombed it. And I know for some of you, maybe this is repetitive. I don't care. I'm still going to talk about it again. Take a look at this. So this is the Great Man-Made River. It's the biggest irrigation project in history. And this is something that Gaddafi did for his people, for Libya, for Africa. So it costs something around 35 billion. Okay, and you can see the map. Here's the map and the plan. Basically, to bring water to all of Libya, right? So I think 70% of Libyans' fresh water was provided to them by the Great Man-Made River. Can you imagine? Libya is 90% desert. It's 90 or 91% desert. And he still manages to bring people water, not just for drinking, but for farming as well. So this is what is really beautiful. And the best thing is Gaddafi self-financed this. He never borrowed a dime from a bank or a foreign government, nothing. This is really, truly a great man-made river. So, this took years and years and years to build. And the cost that I have in mind is, again, it's 35 billion. That's what I remember. And again, regardless, whether it's 30 billion or 40 billion, the point still stands. And, NATO bombed it, right? So when they got rid of Gaddafi, they couped him. Sorry, I'm trying to zoom in so you guys can read it, and it's not making it bigger. Let me see. This is back in 2011. Yeah, they bombed it. See? And as they point out, it is a war crime to attack essential civilian infrastructure. That's true. That's right. So they say 95% of Libya is desert. I had 90, but it's close enough, right? And so on 22nd of July, NATO warplanes attacked the pipe making plant at Brega, killing 6 of the facility's security guards. So this is where they make these enormous pipes that I was just showing you, the huge ones. There it says Fabrique de Tuyaux Béton. So that in French, that means the plant or the plant where they make the concrete pipes. That's in Libya, you can see. Right. There's a video of it. It shows the destruction. So, as Delight says in the comments, they basically bombed the pipe factory so they couldn't fix the Great Man-Made River. Right? There, you can see that. You see the destruction over there. Look at that, all bombed out. Ya haram. Ya haram. So this is according to the Associated Press. The guy, the head of the company running the project, said major parts of the plan have been damaged. There could be a major setback for future projects. In response to the Human Rights Investigation Inquiry, the NATO press office said that we can confirm we targeted Brega on July 22nd, and we struck successfully 1 military storage facility and 4 armed vehicles. So Human Rights Investigation clarified that the building you hit, apparently in the Brega pipe factory, was being used for what kind of military storage? What considerations were taken into account to ensure that the strikes did not damage civilian infrastructure, or was damage to the civilian infrastructure considered legitimate? Given the potential consequences to civilians of damage to the pipe factory and the ability of the engineers to be able to repair broken water pipelines, I hope you will appreciate the importance of these questions. And then there's at the NATO press conference in 26th of July, Colonel Lavoie said, in the area of Brega, NATO strikes included armored vehicles, rocket launchers, military storage facilities, and a repurposed concrete factory from which pro-Gaddafi forces were using multi-viral rocket launchers, exposing the population to indirect fire. And he says, let me show you some intelligence pictures of this. So basically, they're trying to justify bombing it by saying it was being used by Gaddafi, right? And there are rocket launchers there. So, you know, they're basically bullshitting us about why they bombed it. And, you know, it's again the same mindset like, oh, well, so, you know, there were weapons inside, and shoot first and ask questions later. That's their mentality, right? It's very disgusting, honestly. I mean, the NATO, do you see how they say NATO's a defensive alliance? What is NATO doing there in the first place? Let's say that what they're saying is true, that there were quote-unquote pro-Gaddafi forces. You mean the army? Let's say that there were pro-Gaddafi forces in the facility. Of course they're in the fucking facility and trying to defend their country because you're bombing them. What do you expect? You're an aggressor bombing Libya because you think he has to go and you think this and that. Fuck you. Again, you keep telling us NATO's a defensive alliance. What did Libya do to you? Do you know Gaddafi even gave Sarkozy, the French president at the time, he gave him millions of euros for his re-election campaign, and this is how he repays him. He literally, stabs him in the back. Disgusting. And again, I want to sit down and do a longer video on this specific issue, because I feel like, every time I talk about it, it makes me more and more angry. Because this is one piece of the puzzle. This is one part of how they destroyed Libya. You shouldn't look at this as, oh, they bombed some pipe factory. No, man. No. They not only attacked one of the biggest achievements in the history of engineering, the largest irrigation project, something that Gaddafi did for his people. But on top of that, this is the start of everything else that came to Libya, the slave trade, the lawlessness, the constant fighting between groups, the foreign mercenaries coming in, Turkey sending foreign mercenaries, all these countries, Egypt, Russia, Turkey getting involved, turning it into a failed state. This is wrong. And I don't care what satellite photos they excuse me, that they post here. What does this even mean, right? Like, how dare you defend yourself? We're going to bomb you another time. What beautiful logic. No one is saying Gaddafi's perfect. No, but it's not your decision in Brussels, right? And in Washington, and in Paris, and in London to decide who gets to be the president of Libya. It's not your choice. It's none of your business. Doesn't concern you. As a matter of fact, the irony, like I said, Gaddafi helped Sarkozy get reelected, gave him tens of millions of euros. And another thing I wanted to say, that please always remember one thing about Libya. This has nothing to do with, Gaddafi's a dictator. That's the bullshit that they give you as a cover story. This was all about the gold in the Libyan central bank and Gaddafi trying to make an African currency, a pan-African currency, which would have gotten rid of the dollar and gotten rid of the CFA, which is the French currency, which they use in 14 African countries. Think about that, right? There's a currency in 14 African countries, which is French and controlled by the French, right? So much for decolonization. So Gaddafi's idea was, let's move away from these currencies. Let's make an African currency, and then we only sell our African resources in this African currency. So very, very smart. He's basically doing what the West do. Not even actually, the West is very predatory in its monetary policy, but he just wanted to have their own currency, and that's why they killed him. And you can see them in Hillary Clinton's emails. They're talking about this point. They say, look, he's got 143 tons of gold in the bank. He wants to create a new currency. The French are aware of this. And, they're trying to, they internally, this is what was driving them to get rid of him, because that was the real threat, right? The West don't care about, how he's treating his people, all this bullshit. You think they care about how Saudi Arabia treats their people? A million times worse, and they let them get away with it because Saudi Arabia is useful. So it's all about, are you with us? Are you benefiting us? Or are you in the way? If you're in the way, we'll get rid of you. And we will paint you as a dictator and blah, blah, blah. There's a whole PR campaign to justify the aggression. And remember who did this? NATO, the defensive alliance, which doubled membership after the Soviet Union didn't exist anymore. Defensive alliance. Where was the fucking boycott of French products? Right? Where were the sanctions on France and the US? Huh? Where were all the banned French athletes? Man, my heart weeps for Libya. And Libya's still like that. It's still destroyed. It's still in chaos. Again, man, Gaddafi's not perfect, but this guy was a real Arab and a real African. And he loved Arabs and he loved Africans, and he believed in Pan-Africanism and Pan-Arabism. This guy was a real anti-imperialist through and through. I don't even agree with everything that this guy's done. And I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm not even saying he's, I'm not denying any of the bad things he's done, but I'm just saying that this guy, they never liked him because he always saw through their bullshit. And when he said, I'm anti-imperialist, he meant it. He sent guns to liberation movements. He shipped weapons off and gave them the money and the weapons. And then his final form of anti-imperialism was trying to make a Pan-African currency. That's why they got rid of him. That was the red line. That's the truth, man. That's the truth. And that speech, man, that guy could speak. That guy could speak. I love his speech at the Arab League in 2008. I love that because he was so on point. And I regret that he was on point. And there's a line that he said in that speech which breaks my heart, always breaks my heart. I hate it so much because it's true. And he again, this is Gaddafi, and he's in Damascus speaking at the Arab League. You got all these Arab leaders around the table, Bashar al-Assad, all of them, every Arab country. And he tells them, we share nothing beyond this hall. We share nothing beyond this hall. It's true. You see how fractured the Arabs are. It's fucking depressing, man. It really breaks my heart. Sometimes I'm thinking about like Saudi Arabia, and I'm like, we of course we should criticize the wrong actions, but sometimes I'm like, this is shit. Like we shouldn't be criticizing each other as Arab countries. We should be coming together because they want African countries to be fractured. They want Arab countries to be separated. I'm not, and that's the problem because Saudi Arabia has been hijacked by it's basically a U.S. puppet state. So they do things that are horrible. Of course, I have to criticize them. I mean, go read my report on Yemen. But at the same time, it makes me sad because that's an Arab country, and these, we should be coming together as one. Do you understand what I mean? Like in that sense, it sucks. But as long as they're serving the U.S. interests, what can I say? And the British interests. What can I say, man? I can only, call out the wrong, and it's really sad. It's really sad. Again, if you've never seen that speech by Gaddafi, please go watch it. It's really good. It's here, I show it to you. It's 2008 at the Arab League. You don't even have to watch the whole thing. Just a few minutes, and he really lays it out perfectly. See? You see, he was talking about how they killed Saddam Hussein.
وليش ما يحقوا في شنق يصير حرب يشرب.
A ruler and the head of an Arab League member state is hanged. Yep.
كل مختلفين سياسيين مختلفين حتى مع بعض نحن الآن.
Disagreements with him. He means Saddam Hussein.
ما في حاجة تجمعنا أبدا. إلا القاعة.
This is not as good a translation as what I had before, but that's what he said. We share nothing beyond this hall. Really heartbreaking. In any case, thank you very much for the super chat. I think it was Dan. Dan said, Richard, again, I appreciate your reports, analysis. That being said, we disagree to agree. Peace. Thank you, Dan. And Heyman says, Europe's true history involves finding preferable trade routes to India and China. The Crusaders were about the frustration of being middleman on the Silk Road. Columbus was tasked with finding China. Yeah, a lot of truth in that, and it's always about exploitation, right? Saulius, thank you for the donation, and Olga, thank you very much for the donation. Little old lady from Iowa, USA says, keep up the great work. Will do. And Bill Nye says, Ukraine cannot export wheat because Azov mined the Odessa port. Again, I'll look into this because I didn't touch on the whole wheat issue yet. I was focused more on the gas, right? So I'll get back to you on that one. Thank you for the donation, Bill Nye. And Urban, it says, California is about to feel the water drought too. It was bad already, but since nothing has been done, we are for sure in for a ride. Small minority communities like mine have been feeling it for a decade. Yeah, I mean, California, I know has always had problems with the drought during the last years. I hope you will not be in for a ride and that everything will be okay, but I'll be following that. And you're basically, you mean it's basically going to get worse in the summer, right? Man, and in California, they not only have the droughts, they have the forest fires. It's terrible. I remember, by the way, speaking of forest fires, I remember that they sometimes take prisoners, people that are in jail, and they get them to fight fires, forest fires, like in California, if I'm not mistaken. And they pay them cents, like literally cents. I don't think they make even $1 in a day. And then when they get out of jail, those same guys, they cannot work in the fire department because they have a criminal record. I mean, this is nuts, right? It just reminded me of that quickly. Net Rando says Russian supermarkets in New York City are based or boss for the folks my age. Cheers and big ups, Richard Medhurst. I've never been there, but that sounds very good, very based. Thank you, Net. Musawi says we have the best grocery stores here in Canada. I bet with the misting and all, right? They're misting the vegetables. Dark says GMOs are banned in Russia too. Well, banned? Oh, you mean completely? I think in the EU they're banned from being imported, but they can be grown internally. I forgot what the rules are. I forgot. I think they might have even changed them. Thank you to you guys very much. You're very kind, and there's so many messages. It's kind of overwhelming. We have another super sticker from Pepito. So you're very kind, Pepito. I appreciate it. We have 2 people who signed up on Patreon. Please, guys, show some love to Dave and to Leo, because we're about to play Crab Dance for them. Thank you very, very much, Dave and Leo. You guys rock, and I appreciate you supporting my work very much. This one is for you.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is technical marble.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me? Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right, baby. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. You're very kind. And again, if you like my work, if you want to support what I do so I can keep doing it, please consider donating on Patreon monthly for whatever amount you like. Those are just suggestions on the screen. I'd very much appreciate it. And if not, you can also donate just one time on PayPal. Here are the QR codes. Thank you guys again very, very much. I hope we can get back to where we were. Right now we are at how many? Hold on, let me refresh. It says 870. So we are technically only 30 people away from hitting the goal on Patreon. So just 30 people, 30 subscribers left to hit the goal on Patreon. I think we can do that. We've got 2,000 of you watching. I'm sure some of you will want to support the work. And again, even just liking the video, I'm grateful. Again, guys, please remember to share the segments. Share the videos on Twitter, on Facebook, whatever, and tag Richard Medhurst. Hashtag Richard Medhurst. Maybe we can get it trending. Who knows? Use the hashtag and spread the knowledge. Let's raise awareness, and hopefully we can start reaching more people. In any case, thank you guys very, very much. I enjoyed the stream, even though the topics are not exactly the happiest, but I appreciate you guys coming in. And remember, sign up on Telegram, sign up with the email. We have to stay in touch somehow. And I also want to make sure that when I stream, you actually get a notification, right? So that's really important. Thank you guys very much again. I hope to see you soon. I appreciate all your donations and your comments. Sorry if I didn't get around to reading them all. We have one from ThinkPad. Thank you very much. And we also have one from Leo and from Saltus. You guys are very kind, and I hope to see you again soon. Take care. Thank you, Theodore. Take care. Ma salame. And bye-bye.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear words.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
Don't vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for